Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know.
Cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know. Good morning. Get in here and grab a cup of Joe. Let's talk about some goings on and anything you know.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. Hello. Thank you all for your patience. We had some fun. I had some fun with technological issues. My new face tracking camera, which has been working fine, just all of a sudden, actually yesterday it stopped working for me. And so I went with my USB camera, and then today it's still not working. But it completely did not play well with StreamYard, and it messed StreamYard up, and StreamYard wasn't recognizing any of my cameras. So we're back to the USB camera. We're back to funky colors, which is fine. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Pammy. Good morning, Butterfly. Good morning, Dizzy. Good morning, Island Girl, Dog Mom. All of you who are here in chat, thank you for your patience. It was a long 15 minutes. That wasn't the longest 15 minutes of my life, but that was a long 15 minutes. Yeah, tech fun. Oh, third world problems. Oh, wait, no, I'm living in the first world. First world problems? Is that what they call it? Good morning, Salty. Welcome in.
Good morning, Joe. I prefer this camera. I don't know why. I like this camera better. It's like more natural. Face tracking, sometimes when you're moving, it tracks your face. It's weird. It's hard to describe, but some people may like that a lot, but I think you're good with this little USB camera, dude.
Yeah, it's working this morning and the other one's not. So this one for the win.
Yeah, and this is the one you used yesterday, right? So
yes.
We knew it would work. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad you got it straightened out and we can see you now.
Yes.
Good morning, chat. How's everybody doing?
Morning, chat. Morning, mods. Let's see. We got Dizzy in here modding. Forrest. I saw Forrest up there earlier. Good morning, Forrest. Thank you for jumping up here to help mod. Pammy, my OG. Moonchild's in here too. Trace on the case. Yeah, we got lots of people in here. Thanks for joining us. We got some more things Lori Daybell to talk about before she fades off into the distance. We haven't done a deep dive into her court documents yet, and her court documents give us a little more insight into her craziness. But I mean, obviously we got the guilty verdict on Thursday, and that's what we were all looking for. Right. I mean, it wasn't a big surprise to anybody, but
No,
it was gratifying.
absolutely. It was. It truly was. And it's like finally, that hammer her down once and for all. Um, there's still things out there about her, go, and play. And it's, we all just, trying to wrap our heads around this woman and all the things that she's done and capable of doing. It's just, it's a lot to take in with Lori Vallow. She's a lot.
She is. She's a lot, and she's taken a lot out of the last 6 months of my life. Granted, that was voluntarily, so I'm not complaining about that at all, and I'm not going to. But I can't imagine the relief of the families that she's taken out of the last 6 years of their lives.
Exactly.
Plus before
Hmm.
that.
Yeah, and after the verdict came down and Brandon and Kay and Colby came out and did the press conference, I'm not gonna lie, it got to me because I felt it. I felt their energy. I could feel Kay, and you could see some relief in their faces finally, that
Yeah.
they can close that final chapter on that part. I don't think they're going to study her appeals in Idaho too closely. They're probably going to keep an eye on things, but it's not going to be, good luck with that, Lori, because it's not going
Right.
to happen.
Right.
And plus, that stuff takes years to process anyway. And so, yeah, it is what that is. But still haven't deep dove that document all the way. But there was interesting things that she said about her victims in the Idaho docket that just dropped. So I would like to look at that one day here soon.
I would too. Um, I
It's
did
such a
a
long
little.
document. You probably need to do it as a
Yes.
standalone show, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe even two or three, because it's just so deep, and she just like bringing in Tylee and JJ just makes me so mad. I gotta process that a little bit first before I get into
Yeah,
that. It's
I didn't even finish reading it, Joe. Honestly, I saw that part and I was like, "Man, really?" And that's filed by an appellate attorney, right?
right,
And so
right,
I know I saw a little bit of what Rachel Smith had to say about it, but they kind of expected some of the stuff that's in there to come. It's kind of like normal procedural stuff you might go after, but I don't think she's got any merits in any way whatsoever at winning an appeal in Idaho. None whatsoever,
no,
because the prosecution got sanctioned over there, already and got the DP removed. So that remedy was done. And so she can't come back on appeal with that. You know what I mean?
right. Oh, all right. Well, y'all know me with my morning Joe Schmo show. I got to start with
Are we about
some
to get a
sports.
sports update? Oh
Y'all
boy.
are about to get a sports update,
All right.
and
Oh, is it basketball?
this it is, and this
Okay.
series between the Thunder and the Pacers is turning into a series. Like, it's an
I
interesting series.
I saw some rumblings about that and I thought, oh, Joe's having a field day with this, whatever this is.
Yeah,
Catch me up.
yeah. Well, it's the NBA championship series, and the Pacers actually had a chance to take a 3-1 lead in the series, which would have been a dominating position for them to be in, but they did not. They blew it at home last night against the Thunder. So we'll watch a little bit of an update from an Indianapolis television station. I'm trying to show highlights of this without getting copyright struck, and like, it happens every time. So hold on, and we'll see if WTHR will let me play theirs without giving me a copyright strike.
Are you serious? Like they try to come at you just for playing a clip out of the
Yep,
game?
yep,
Wow.
yep. So we're not playing clips, we're playing news about the Thunder beating the Pacers in Game 4 last night and tying it up 2-2.
Do you have it up?
Points in the third quarter.
Okay.
And what they end up doing, they flip the script and erase that double-digit deficit and go on to get that 111-104 victory. In the fourth quarter, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was the one that took this game over. We remember in Game 3, SGA only had 3 points in the final quarter. Well, he ends up finishing with 35 this evening. I believe he had about 12 points or so in that fourth quarter alone. As for the Pacers, now the series tied up at 2. It is now a best of 3. Scott mentioned Game 5 will take place on Monday back in Oklahoma City, where the Pacers are going to have to try to get that momentum back. But what we do know, both of these teams have been able to respond. The Pacers are 5-0 after losing a game in this postseason. And now after tonight, the Thunder are 6-0 after they have dropped a game in this postseason. So both teams have been very resilient, have found ways to bounce back. Pacers are going to need to do that on Monday. The momentum has certainly shifted, especially with how close the Pacers were to pulling off this win. The crowd was great throughout, but you can tell the energy started to get a little bit lower later into that fourth quarter once the Thunder took the lead, and they just didn't really keep their foot off of the gas at that point. Pacers missed some clutch free throws at the end to try to pull themselves back into it. But again, SGA just sort of taking over, again, finishing with 35 points. We're going to have much more coverage on Sunrise tomorrow. Me and Dom will also have much more leading up to Game 5 on Monday in Oklahoma City because we are going to be there. But once again, the Thunder winning Game 4, 111-104 over the Pacers to knot the series back up at 2. Scott?
All right, Eli Gain reporting live from Gainbridge Fieldhouse. So Pacer fans.
Yeah, so Pacer fans disappointed. I'll wrap that up for you there, buddy. That's my little sports update. The Pacers in the finals for the first time in 25 years when they got beat by the Lakers by Shaq and Kobe back in 2000. So, yeah, and if you notice, that guy who was running the camera, he kind of like got distracted there a couple times and was like trying to follow. I don't know if there were like celebrities or owners of the Pacers or the Thunder like walking off out of the back door, but he like stopped following the reporter, and I can totally relate to that because my last 2 boots on the ground adventures in Lori's trials, in both trials, I had technical issues and technical difficulties, and I wasn't sure who to follow and who to watch and where to turn the camera. So it's been a learning experience for me. All right, Forrest, thank you for hanging with us as long as you did. Go have fun at Walmart. Walmart on a Saturday is always a fun adventure, Forrest. But thanks for hanging with us as long as you did.
I'll say a prayer for you, Forrest. I love you, dude. Please come back. I need you.
Oh, but yeah, being a cameraman, a courtroom reporter, an investigative reporter, it's all new to me, and I'm still learning every single time I go out there and put boots on the ground for you guys, and for the victims. And we saw some justice for the victims come through in both of these trials, and it was very nice. I'm still waiting to hear back from a few people who've been impacted by this to get their thoughts and feelings. I was on with Megan yesterday, and that was great. And I can tell that she feels a lot better now than she did before. I can tell that Brandon does. I can tell that Kay does. And Colby. I mean, yesterday was a victory. Flat out, yesterday was a victory. So that was awesome. So yeah, we're gonna get into. So Lori had 2 motions that she filed on Monday. There were handwritten motions, and they were dated June 9th, which was Monday. So I kind of feel like she went back to her jail cell after court on Monday, although I can't verify that. She might have written them on Sunday and then dated them Monday. but they're handwritten and they look like they're in pencil, not pen. And she wanted Judge Green. So Judge Green is the judge that heard Lori's last motion to dismiss to replace Judge Beresky. And Judge Green wasn't having any of it. Judge Green held like a 10-minute hearing and said, motion denied. You haven't presented any evidence that he cannot be a fair and impartial judge in your case. So then she filed another motion that said Judge Green needs to recuse herself. And then she filed another motion that said Judge Green and Judge Beresky need to be removed. And she asked for relief from the Maricopa County Superior Court, which isn't a real court. And she asked for relief from the Maricopa County Court of Appeals, which isn't a real court. So Judge Beresky heard them, and you can guess already how Judge Beresky ruled. I've covered them on lives earlier. But we're going to go over them again this morning and take a deeper dive, especially into her handwritten motions. Because the handwriting tells a lot. Oh, I had to reboot my computer. So guess what? They're not up here yet, but they're in easy access mode. All right. So there's the minute entry from trial day 7. We don't want that. We do want Judge Beresky's denied motion to dismiss. We'll look at that last. And then they moved that motion for Judge Green and Beresky to Judge Wine's office. All right, we've got all 3 of these up here now. Now we can look at them. Present, share screen, PDFs. Nope, that's not the handwritten one. That's not the handwritten one. All right, give me a minute. We'll get them. There's the recusal. There we go. Now we've got the handwritten ones. This one, motion to dismiss abuse of discretion, is the most interesting one because it's full of lies and narcissistic ideations, if you will. I'm not a psychologist or psychiatrist, so I'm just guessing they are narcissistic ideations.
I call it Lori BS language.
All right, so here we are looking at pan, zoom. Motion for recusal of Chief Judge Green, Federal R Rule 47.11. Where did she find this stuff? I mean, that's kind of impressive that she cites a rule, but I don't know. I mean, it's kind of unimpressive that most of the stuff that she cites is inapplicable to her case. Like you cannot file a Rule 10.1 motion to replace a judge in the middle of a trial. Like 10.1 doesn't allow for that. And we'll see that in the next one, that she mentions that Judge Green said she can't do that. You can't file a 10.1 motion to replace a judge in the middle of a trial. And she's like, you're violating 10.1 by telling me that I can't file a 10.1.
She does. Her problem is this stuff comes out of the law books, right? I don't know how much access she's got to the law library in the county jail as opposed to the state prisons, right? They got a lot of legal access in prison on their own. And if she's been studying up all these years, over there in Idaho, she doesn't understand the motions, right? And what they can come after those motions and how the rules are applied to those motions. That's what Lori doesn't get. Now, there's a motion out there I can file pertaining to this, but she doesn't know exactly what it means, right? That's why she kept saying, well, this motion and that motion and bringing this stuff up. And the judge had to explain to her, well, that's not how that works. She didn't do all of her homework.
Right. She does that with almost everything. She does like
Uh-huh.
30 to 40% of the work needed to actually accomplish what she wants to accomplish. But it's like the other 50 to 60% that, girl,
Right.
you need to land this plane. You can't just fly over the airport. You got to land the
Yeah.
plane.
Yeah. It's one thing to see that there is a possible motion or a possible rule you could cite and things of that nature, but to understand it is a whole different thing. That's what attorneys are for, Lori. Hey,
Right. Yeah, but she turned them down. She didn't want
hey,
attorneys.
let her have. That's okay. Let her have her confusion. Then she fought the law, and the law won.
Amen. Oh, and we're going to hear Kay in a minute. Kay will summarize it just fine.
Beautifully. I mean, absolutely.
Yeah.
I even tweeted, can Kay adopt me? Because like I'm all over that. When I grow up, can I be Kay Woodcock's daughter? I feel like
Right.
she
Right.
reminds me of my mother, right? Like just no filter. It's just coming and don't give me attitude because I'm going to give it right back. And
Yep.
that's who Kay reminds me of. And I don't have my mom anymore. So I'm like, I want to go be adopted by Kay.
She has such a presence about her, does she not? Like, she
She
has a
does.
presence.
She
Yeah.
does. She has excellent energy. And she has learned, I think, over time to compartmentalize and put things where they need to be. And it's hard. That's a long road. I saw her live with Kresha when she was talking about what her and Brandon went through. This was after Charles's verdict came, and Kresha interviewed her mom, and she talked about some of the things her and Brandon went through during that investigation when Brandon hired the investigator on his own and things of that nature, and how she had to go out and get protection for herself without me having to say the word, right? Because they didn't know who was next and who Lori and the clan was going to go and look for next, right? And so it was a very trying and scary time for them.
Absolutely.
So she's very, very strong, and she's, finally got justice for her brother and justice for her grandson and Tylee, and even Tammy. She feels for that. You can tell, and now Brandon. So it's like that
Right.
sigh of relief is perfect. I'm glad
And
she got that out there. That little statement she made, because it's all that aggression just go right out there with it. You know what I mean?
right. And she was under no obligation to show up to this trial. This trial didn't have anything to do with her. This was about Melanie and Brandon and Lori
Hmm.
and Chad. She was under no obligation to show up, but she did. She showed up.
That's her and Brandon had such a close relationship there for a while. When they grew, that's what brought them together. And so, yeah, absolutely, I figured she would be there to support him if she was able to be there, right?
Yep.
To
And
see
she
that
was.
final chapter. Because this one woman that she knew at one time to be a decent human being and mother has caused all this, and Colby standing there beside them. Bless his heart, didn't get there in time for the verdict, but that don't matter. And he needs to understand that he was there and that's what mattered, right?
Yep.
Maybe it
Yep.
was meant to be divine intervention, not to be in that courtroom when those words were spoken, but to be there outside to support, right? And because they support him. And it was just a beautiful moment between all of them.
It was. It absolutely was. All right. So let's go to back to a not so beautiful moment. She doesn't have a capital R there in her name. Has she given up? I think maybe that is
No,
a sign she's given up.
I noticed that, or is it a sign of something more?
All right. Federal
There
Rule
might be a
47.
couple of her running around that head up there.
There
Like, I'm
might-
not even joking. Is there some kind of schizophrenic thing going on? That she,
I've said that. I've said that all along. Well, I
yeah.
won't say I've said that all along. I've said that for weeks and weeks going back to the first trial, because I honestly believe that she thinks she's smarter than she actually is, but
Oh yeah.
there probably is something else going on up there that isn't right in that head.
Oh gosh, there's a lot going on up there. And noticing the handwriting changes that I noticed, I was like, man, I wonder if Mine tends to change from time to time, but I'm a Gemini. I will own it. There's 2 of me in here, right? There is, and we conversate all the time and shit like that. But yeah, Lori, I don't know how many she's got roaming around up there, and she's not a Gemini, so no excuses.
Right, right. Federal Rule 47.11 provides that the defendant motion is requesting what? All right, I'm not going to get sidetracked with her horrible grammar and phrasing of stuff that doesn't make any sense. I'm just going to read through it as best I can, but there are several grammatical errors in this that just she puts together sentences that don't make sense. And to me, that's further evidence that it's all is not right up there in her head. Like she can't put pen to paper, or pencil to paper in this case, for complete sentences and complete thoughts to come out on paper. So it's to her detriment, and it has been to her detriment, which is what she's subject to since she decided to go pro per in this. You know, she's subject to her own filings being what they are. Just unintelligible, and
It's Lori language.
Yeah, exactly.
Lawyer Lori has Lori language, so it is what it is. Just dude, we know she's not right. We all know it. You can't be right in the head doing all the things that she's done, and to walk out and think that nothing was done here. It's
Right,
family
right,
tragedies. Lady,
right.
go sit down and take your meds.
But she doesn't want to. Like, she doesn't believe in meds.
Well, that's okay.
Apparently.
She don't have to have them right now. When she gets back to prison, has a little Lori breakdown, she might change her mind, but I don't care. Suffer for all I care.
All right. The defendant motion is requesting that Chief Judge Green of the Maricopa County Superior Court. There is no such thing as Maricopa County Superior Court. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is. Okay. Maricopa County Superior Court is where we are, is where this trial was heard, is where her prior motion with Judge Green was heard. Yes. Maricopa County Superior Court is a real court. So she at least cites one real court in this filing. In this motion, immediately recuse herself from any further proceedings of the defendants. There's only one defendant, girl. On May 29, 2025, Chief Judge Green violated the defense due process by insufficient notice of hearing. Due process requires that the defendant receive notice of hearing. Judge Green, Judge Justin Beresky, the state, and the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office failed to notify the defense, which above parties, in fact, significant time for notification. Failed to notify the defense, which above parties, in fact, significant time for notification. That doesn't even make sense, Lori. This deprived the defense. Because of the breach in notification, the defendant was deprived her advisory counsel as a whole for guidance. It's not a right. Your advisory counsel is not a right that was granted to you by the judge as a courtesy, but you can represent yourself without advisory counsel. And that's all that you need. Anyway, as the defendant advisory counsel was appointed by Judge Justin Beresky, who cannot recall appointing them on December 6th, 2024. Is she saying Judge Beresky forgot that he appointed advisory counsel on December 6th?
He just forgot. It slipped his mind.
I was there in person for that hearing. I can remember it, and I guarantee you that Judge Beresky remembers that. He appointed her advisory counsel on December 6th, 2024. Oh, my gosh.
Oh. You asked for it, and you got it.
No, she actually didn't want it. And he said, he said, I'm going to appoint it anyway, because you might need it at some point. If you, by any chance, get unappointed pro per, we need somebody to step in, and they need to be, up to speed on the case. So I'm going to appoint them, and they're going to go there every day. And Pam Hicks and Mr. Abernathy, and forgive me, I always forget his first name, but Pam Hicks and Abernathy were there every single day. And Pam Hicks was late once because she was printing out pictures for Lori, because Lori wanted something to present to Detective Pillar, Gibson PD Detective Pillar. And so she was late to court, and she got reamed. She got in huge trouble by Judge Beresky
she
because she
did.
wasn't in court in time.
And
And
I
that was
don't blame him.
Lori's fault.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, I don't
No, I
blame.
don't
She knew
either.
that. Well,
Yeah.
come on now. That attorney knew she shouldn't be late for court. She should have. There should have been. She knew that. She knew she was going to
Right.
get.
There should have been some alarm clock in her mind that said, okay, if I can't get these pictures printed out in time, then I just got to go to court, whether I have them or not. Right?
Yeah, and then they would have had to discuss it with the judge at that point, if give us time to
Right.
get these, or whatever Lori was trying to accomplish. But
Right. Yeah,
yeah,
you got to have that alarm clock in your head. If you're an attorney, and if you're a defense attorney especially, you got to have that alarm clock go up and be like,
you
I'm
got to
done
say,
with this.
no, ma'am.
Yep.
Yeah, you're going to get me in
Yep.
serious trouble, and you're not worth it.
She's not too.
Heck no, she's not.
All right. The defendant was left intentionally prepared by Chief Judge Green. She probably meant unprepared, but she said prepared. The defendant was left intentionally prepared by Chief Judge Green. Inappropriate hearing in the matter of disqualification of Judge Justin Beresky. Small j, small b. She has not respected Judge Beresky from day one. But look at that small j, small b, Judge Justin Beresky. The courtroom was dark and difficult for the defendant. No way. Oh, poor Lori. The courtroom is dark and difficult for the defendant. But the defendant did answer her questions, even though it was dark and difficult. How ironic is that? She says the courtroom was dark.
Well, I wonder why. It's a heavy presence of darkness all around. Jeez.
Oh, my word. When Judge Green was stating her decision, she blatantly, with disregard, altered. Come on, Lori. If you're in the past tense, stay in the past tense. She blatantly, with disregard, altered the federal law USCA 144 for disqualifying a judge and misapplied Rule 10.1 for change of judge. A judge's decision is certainly contrary to clearly established a judge's decision. She doesn't say this judge's decision. There's something going on up there, and I don't know what it is. A judge's decision is certainly contrary to clearly established precedent if the state court applies a rule that contradicts the governing law under absolutely no impression, rather verbally or in motion, nor in Rule USC 144 does not allow the bias or prejudice to be allowed to remain as presiding judge. I can't even unravel that. I'm not going to read it again because it's not going to make any more sense the second time I read it. In fact, quoting, bias or prejudice of judge, whenever a party to any proceeding in a district court makes and files a timely and sufficient affidavit that the judge before whom the matter is pending has a personal bias or prejudice, either against him or in favor of any adverse party, such judge shall proceed no further. Nowhere in this federal law does it state change of judge. Tennessee Bostock 590 U.S. 644 140 Supreme Court 1731 2020. So there's a Bostock case in the Supreme Court in 2020. So I have to go look that up now, or maybe I won't. Reversed, remanded. If a judge had added, remodel, update, or detract from old statutory terms They risk amending statutes outside of legislative process. Where's she getting this stuff? The legislative history may not be used to contradict unambiguous text, and Congress does not alter the fundamental details of a regulatory scheme in vague terms or ancillary provisions. USC Constitution Amended 14, unlawful motivation. I'm failing to see the connection here. Is anybody else like having trouble like connecting the dots between this and what Judge Beresky and Judge Green ruled?
She's Lori language.
Right. Christine says it best. Hurts my head.
Yeah,
Hurts
she's
my
not. Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right. Furthermore, under USCA 1519, destruction, alteration, or falsification of record, report, or documents is prohibited. Judge Green did such violation by misapplying and altering the defendant's affidavit, which is a document in which Judge Green was investigating. Oh, we saw that affidavit. I don't think we need to go back and review it. It was more Lori speak. Judge Green allowed Judge Justin Beresky, lowercase j, j, b, no capitals. That's an intentional act by her to keep his name uncapitalized. She capitalized Judge Green at the beginning of the sentence. The J and the G are capitalized. Again, lowercase j, lowercase b. To remain on the defendant's case, knowing the multiple errors, his judiciary misconduct, misapplying governing laws, abuse of discretion, bias, prejudice, and violation to the Code of Judicial Conduct, Canon 1, 2, and 3, which Judge Green, who is the chief judge, is currently in violation of. A judge must be vigilant and independent in reviewing motions. Judge Green, chief judge, and Judge Justin Beresky, lowercase, failed the judicial process in order to obtain a wrongful conviction and has violated double jeopardy when she altered the statutes. Conclusion. The defendant therefore requests. I mean, you have plenty of extra letters up above. Can you not drop an S in there? The defendant therefore requests that Chief Judge Green of the Maricopa County Superior Courts immediately recuse herself from all further action in the defendant's cases. CR 2021, that's Charles Vallow's case, and CR 2022, that's Brandon Boudreaux's case. As the above fact-finding justify this specific request for abuse of discretion to be distributed to Arizona Supreme Court, Chief Judge Green. Chief Judge Green is not a judge in the Arizona Supreme Court. She's in the Maricopa County Superior Court. County Attorney Trina K. Rachel Mitchell, Defense Attorney Lori N. Daybell with lowercase r. And printed name and signature are identical. That's interesting. Printed name and signature. Anyway. All right. That's an interesting document. And then we got one more that gets even wackier. I don't know if y'all have seen this one yet. Hey, Squeegee. Hey, good to see you here in chat. Thanks for watching. Jermaine, as always, good to see you. Yeah, we're gonna get to the motion to dismiss for abuse of discretion in a second. Christine. Oh, if we're legal, maybe all three judges appear at her sentencing. I think she might file a motion. So if you didn't know, Judge Green said, all right, I'm not going to hear this one because I'm named in it. So we're going to assign this to Judge Kevin Wine, Wein, and he's the one that came down with a dismissal, like in short order, in very, very short order. So now he's next. Now she's going to file a motion that is to dismiss Judge Beresky, Judge Green, and the Honorable Kevin Wine. She wants all of them dismissed now. They're all dark. All of their courtrooms are dark. Oh, wow. She's a piece of work. And she's getting ready
He's
to
not
fade
the
off.
only one. Some of these attorneys, even if you give looking at real attorneys and some of the things they file right now, rightfully so, but then you look at hers and it's like she falls so short and she just rambles during these motions. She doesn't know what to do with the information that she has. Like you and I had noticed that a while back with her. I'll just let her have her Lori language. I can't decipher it all.
Nope. And she can't even put together 3 complete sentences with proper noun, pronoun, verb. Like a complete sentence is a subject and a verb,
But
right? Like a noun and a verb.
Right. Well, if you listen to her interviews and listen to her talk and her cadence, the way she speaks, it's kind of like I noticed, because I know she, from Arizona and all the things, and lived in Idaho for a while. But even when when you review, say, like the Gonzalez parents, Kaylee Gonzalez parents, the way they talk, they chop up their conversation, right? And they stop saying things before they should, and you don't get the whole context. Lori kind of reminds me of that with the way she speaks. She thinks you're supposed to know what she means with one sentence, right? And then so her filings, the way she writes this stuff down, it goes in line with the way she speaks. And she just thinks we're supposed to get it with this one sentence, or partial sentence in this case.
Right. And that goes along with her narcissistic personality, because and I'm kind of reading in between the gaps because I've never been told this specifically, but she expects people to read her mind and to know what she's trying to say and to go along with it.
Yeah,
and if you
exactly.
if you can't read her mind, then you get lost. And that's kind of where I'm at in these documents. And that's where Judge Beresky is. He's like, this is completely irrelevant, and you didn't even file it with the right court. Ah, good grief. All right, let's get to the second one. Let's get to, you know what, before we do that, I'm going to, let's show the hearing where Judge Beresky forced her to come to court despite the fact that she claimed that she was not feeling well. Remember that? That was in the first week. That was, I think, so.
Oh, yeah.
This last Monday was June 9th, so that was June 2nd. So she showed up on Friday, and we were proceeding with jury selection. And then at noon, we come back from noon, and the judge is like, all right, we got to go for the day. Jurors, I'm sorry, I got to send you home. Then we come back on Monday, and she's claiming the same thing, that she doesn't feel good. So let's watch that from Monday, the 2nd of June.
All right, we're going on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-001242. Can I have appearances, please?
This is
on behalf of the state and for the record.
This is relevant to the document we're going to read.
Daybell for the defense.
All right, I'm going to need you to scoot up to that microphone. We also have present in the courtroom a representative from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Do you want to announce?
Yes, Your Honor. Joseph V. Hill on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and Correctional Health Services.
All right. After court on Monday, immediately after court, I ordered the Sheriff's Office to provide some sort of medical assessment of the defendant. I received a pleading late yesterday afternoon indicating that Correctional Health Services examined the defendant around 12:30 p.m. yesterday. The defendant was treated for one condition, and Correctional Health Services has indicated that from a medical standpoint, we do not find any clinical indications to miss court. Is that correct, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, Your Honor, and we have additional information if you need it, but it's not much, but.
All right. All right, let me turn to the defendant.
This is like a HIPAA violation coming up.
Your Honor, first of all, can all of this be sealed? Anything that having to do with my medical? I don't think that's something that all of this needs to be sealed, including the minute entry and
Hold on.
the response from MCSO, all these things.
I can seal the response from MCSO, yeah, but to the extent, well, do you have any other information you want to provide me as to why you're not medically able to proceed? Right now, the only objective information I have is that you were assessed and CHS sees no clinical indications of why you need to miss court.
They told me
If it's
that
something you want to discuss on sidebar, we can do that.
that would be great.
All right, I'll ask.
And we're going to bloop, bloop, bloop the sidebar because it lasts a while. But I mean, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office just said there are no clinical indications or indicators that why you need to miss court. And she disagrees. I don't feel good. I can't come to court today. And we got to bloop a lot. Bloop, 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 bloop. Still blooping. Bloop, 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 bloop. Still blooping. Like almost this entire hearing is the sidebar where she's complaining that she can't come to court. She's too sick. I can't go to court today, Your Honor. And that's Mr. Abernathy right there to her right.
Intends on proceeding with jury selection today. Depending.
I think we missed him say the court intends on proceeding, but he said the court intends on proceeding with jury selection today. And all of us in the gallery that were watching were so relieved when he said that, because we're like, oh my God, are we going to do this again? What we just did on Monday, because she doesn't feel good. When the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office just said there are no clinical indications that you can attend court. Now, we're going to see in her motion in a minute that she says not all of the, so this is on Wednesday. So there was the Monday and this is the Wednesday. And she says in her motion, she's forced to come into court and not all of the test results were back yet. And she had a bacterial infection and she had a virus of some kind. And so it was inhumane or whatever for him to force her to come into court because those tests weren't back yet. And when they came back, see, Judge, I wasn't lying. I was sick, is her argument in the next handwritten motion we're going to see in like 2 minutes.
Jury selection today.
We're going to proceed with jury selection today.
How things go, I don't know that I would
that's Wednesday, June 4th.
Make the parties do their opening statements or not, but that remains to be seen today. The court finds that the court has not been provided any objective medical information of why the defendant can't proceed today. Although the defendant expressed that she has a headache and is not able to proceed, she was able to fully advocate on her own behalf and articulate to me the reasons why she doesn't think she can proceed and seems to be of sound mind and ability to proceed.
I love that.
So we're going to bring the jury in. How many jurors do we have? We're still missing 6. Mr. Vigil, you can be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So that's noteworthy in my opinion that 6 jurors were there Monday and they saw her antics and they're like, we don't know what's happening with court, so we're not coming back on Wednesday. No, don't do that. Don't do that. That's no bueno. You're going to get in trouble with the judge. We saw that one of those jurors actually texted the court back and said, hey, you know what? This is all craziness. I'm just going to go back to work. And judge said, you're going to get referred to the magistrate of jurors or whatever it was, the commissioner of jurors. I mean, that guy's in trouble, and probably the other 5 people that didn't come back on Wednesday are probably also in trouble too. And they probably wouldn't have been in the jury box, because the way it goes, and we'll talk with Tosh later today, the first 18 in the box are probably going to be, 16 of those are probably going to be the jury. So if you're outside in the gallery, just come back on Wednesday, get dismissed, and go on with your life. But those 6 are probably in trouble.
We'll give those jurors a few more minutes.
All right. Doop, boop, bloop, bloop, bloop. So anyway, that was what was leading up to the handwritten motion that she did the following Monday, and along with the other handwritten motion. So we got 2 handwritten motions on Monday the 9th. And this is the motion to dismiss for abuse of discretion, requesting a hearing. Pursuant to the U.S. Constitution Amendment 14th, I would have said 14th Amendment, but that's okay. Not a big deal. She's made other errors that are more egregious. The defendant requests that the Maricopa County Supreme Court, which doesn't exist. Okay. Maricopa County Supreme Court is not a court. Or the Court of Appeals. Maricopa County Court of Appeals does not exist. So she's applying for relief from 2 courts that don't exist. Enter its order dismissing the prosecution of the cause of action with or without prejudice for the Superior Court Chief Judge Green and Judge Justin Beresky. Oh my gosh, she has a capital J and a capital B for Justin Beresky. It's so funny that she names his first name like this. I think this has become personal for her. Salty, what do you think? Is this personal for her now?
Oh yeah, it's been personal for a while. Anybody that doesn't agree with Lori it's personal from that point on. And we've seen her do this, trying to throw her family under the bus and call everybody out during her trial. Like, you wanted to address certain things and with certain people, but you're using the court to do it because they won't talk to you, you know? So yeah, he's probably labeled dark now in Lori's jail cell.
Right. She's got a list, right? If you're on
Oh
her
yeah,
list.
it's an ongoing list, and especially if she still feels like God's gonna exonerate her in chat here soon. Yeah, she's got her list of revenge people. Are you on it, Joe? Shoot.
I
I'll
think she
close
might
the
like
portal.
me.
Well, no, she won't be able to get near you once I put her in that portal and seal her forever.
All right. We're going to do that.
She's-
We are so going to do that.
Yeah,
Yep.
she's
we're gonna
no
do that.
count. She's yeah.
Yep.
Go away, Lori. Go away, Lori. You can't harm us.
Nope.
You
Or
wretched
anybody
soul.
else for the rest
She's
of your
a
life.
wretched soul, man. For real. She's soulless, honestly. I don't think Lori Vallow has a soul. And she's got one, but it's extremely dark.
Yeah, which is so crazy because she was labeling other people as dark. She and Chad were labeling other people as dark when they are the ones that were
Well,
so
the devil
dark.
will make you believe anything, right?
Right, right.
And she invited that devil right on up into her life. She believed everything he told her.
All right. Judge Justin Beresky, capital J, capital B, under Rule 10.1, neither judge can proceed further. Judge Justin Beresky has refused to comply with Rule 10.1. The defendant's request is specific to Judge Justin Beresky. Abuse of discretion violations. This motion is based on the following memorandum and points and authorities. Dated, no date. How hard is it to put a date in there, Lori? Like, for real? Has she been working on this for a while? She's like, it's going to take me a couple days to come up with all my complaints about Judge B, so I can't date it yet until I get to the end. Like, it's going to take me days and days and days. Oh, wow. This takes me back to like elementary school, middle school, when like people would write love letters to each other, you know? And I mean, this looks just like that. What's funny is I don't know how many kids today can write like this. It's not cursive, but it's kind of close to cursive. That's why it kind of reminds me of middle school, because that's how we wrote back in that day, in our middle school days in the 80s, which is when she was in middle school too. She's only like a year or two younger than me, maybe 3. So she wrote like this in the 80s too. She wrote love letters. She married her high school sweetheart right out of high school. It didn't last very long. And then she married somebody else. I think that was Colby's dad, bio dad. And then Joe Ryan, and then Charles Vallow. And Charles Vallow was like, of all of those that I know of, and I don't know anything about Joe Ryan except the fact that he's not on this earth any longer, and they investigated his death twice with no conclusions. But Charles Vallow, according to Colby, was an amazing stepdad, or whatever you want to call him, dad. And
He's always been like that with, speaking about Charles. Nobody's ever had a bad thing to say about Charles, except for Lori.
right.
But Colby comes out and says, no, it wasn't like that, and she's, of course, when her type of personality needs everybody to believe the other person is the bad guy at all cost. So, of course, she's going to run around slandering him to anybody who would listen, right? But Colby knew better because he was in the home. He was around Charles. He knows better than anybody, honestly. So I'm going to believe what Colby says, right? I mean, he's not going to come out there and say things that aren't true.
No, not considering his history and his investment in all of this.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he lived that. Colby had to grow up with this woman as his mother. He was exposed to all of her everything, and her relationships and her having other children and the way she operated. He knows her better than anybody on the face of the earth. Don't we all know our mamas better than anybody else? Most of us.
Yep.
I know I sure did. And she knew me better than anybody, right? But Lori wouldn't allow herself to love her children the way she loved Lori. There was a disconnect, I feel like, there with those kids, including Colby.
Right, because everything in her life was about her.
Yeah.
For years
Sometimes,
and years and years.
Sometimes, and I'm not going at mothers because I'm a mother. There are women out there who will have children to use as pawns in their game. I've seen it. I'm sure there's a lot of women out there who can say, yep, I've seen that. And it's sad, but it's true. That is their sole purpose, to have those babies sometimes. I'll have another baby. I don't care, but it's a pawn in the game in the long run. And the only people that suffer are the children. She's one of those mothers, man. And I hate it for Colby because he had to not only come to terms with all she did, but that's his mother doing it, right? And then for him to come as far as he has and to stand there and support Brandon in that way says so much about him as a man now and how far he's come. So mad prompts to Colby.
Yep. Absolutely. And to see that exact same cycle starting with Lori meddling in Brandon and Melanie's marriage.
Yeah.
And her trying to sow those exact seeds of chaos and division in that marriage when it was completely unnecessary. Like, why did she need Brandon and Melanie to get a divorce?
Well, here's the thing. Can't forget the fact that Lori and Chad were trying to build this huge following in their whatever they were. Were they going to run off and build a compound somewhere like that? Probably so. Melanie was a part of their cult, if you will. And they weren't going to let her go. And Brandon was always in the way of that, just like Charles got in the way of that. The money would have been a bonus. We can't forget what Lori and Chad's end game was there. They were going to go run off into the sunset and build them a little village of followers and preppers and see through the veil and build a little compound, probably like Warren Jeffs. I swear, I think that was their end game. Why do all that podcast and all those things they were doing and all the people they were bringing into it? It was Chad was cultivating a following, and Lori fell right into that, and she just leaned into it hard and heavy. And here we are today. So, in my opinion, the way I looked at it, all these years of watching Lori and seeing all the interviews with the different people, the Melanies and all the players that were involved in reading documents, that was their end game, and they weren't going to let Melanie go that easily. And Melanie didn't want to go. She believed in Chad and Lori and their BS. So, yeah, Charles and Brandon were just in the way of all that, just like Tammy was.
Right. And so if Melanie fell into that, believing all of that entirely, then that makes sense for those two, for that 911 call that we heard from Brandon's neighbors about her showing up at their house.
Yep.
And then the 911 call and body worn cam from her showing up in American Fork. She was desperate. She was panicked. She was like, why did Brandon and my kids disappear if all of this stuff that Lori and Chad have been teaching me is right? Why are my kids all of a sudden gone? So she was panicked. Like, I honestly believe she was when she did those two things, like trying to track her kids down. But here's the thing. Alex was with her both of those times.
Mm-hmm.
And Alex already had a history of unaliving other people. And I have no doubt that's what would have gone on. Could have gone on.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's no excuse for what Melanie ended up, all the things that she's done and been a part of. You were a grown woman. You knew right from wrong. You knew what your actual God taught you, but you're falling in line with these people. I can't give her a free pass on that, right? There's a lot of weak-minded people out there that follow cults and things of that nature, and it doesn't take much to get them to follow along with it. You reach the right person, you can make them follow you anywhere. And Chad was doing that. People were believing him that he could see beyond the veil, and he predicted Tammy's death and all these things. People bought that hook, line, and sinker. And if you look at Warren Jeffs, they all thought he was a prophet, and whatever the prophet said was the word of gospel, right? You did it. And I think Chad wanted to be that in Chad's way. Thank God they were stopped.
Yeah, and Brandon was a stopping point in all of that.
Yeah.
All of that was circling and cycling out of control. Like, he went into hiding with his children, and if he hadn't done that, we may have more bodies.
It would have got a lot messier, right? I agree. It would have just he did the right thing because it was that darn dangerous. I mean, it really was. And he knew that. And, getting everybody else on, Kay knew that. They knew how dangerous the situation was. So thank God that it stopped with him, right? And there was enough evidence, with all the evidence that we saw just play out before our eyes with the Jeep and the bullets and the renting, getting the windows tinted on the Jeep and all the things they did in preparation to go try to take out Brandon. Thank God all that was there, and they were able to finally bring that case to court, right? And now we just wait for her sentencing. I can't wait. They don't have the DP in Arizona, right? She's up for life.
Yeah, and I don't think that conspiracy is a death penalty case, even if it was a death penalty state.
In Florida, you wouldn't get DP on a conspiracy charge either. It would have to be straight up.
Right. So it's 25 to life. She's going to
Yeah,
get
that's
2
it.
more life sentences because
Mhm.
Judge Beresky, who has been the subject of her multiple ridiculous attempts to get him taken off of the case, to get him removed, replaced, whatever. I mean, he's the one that's sentencing her. Girl, do you not know that you should probably make nice with the judge that's going to sentence you? I mean, it doesn't make any difference. It does not make a lick of difference because she's going back to Idaho and she's going to spend the rest of her life eating mushy oatmeal in a dank cell in Idaho.
Amen.
And whatever Judge Beresky sentences her to is just tacked on as part of the record and part of justice for Charles and Brandon
Well,
and the
she
rest of the
shouldn't have
people
went
that
on
have been
national
affected.
TV and complained about that slop, because I'm going to say a little prayer every night that her slop is worse than slop. Enjoy that slop,
Amen.
Lori.
Amen. Yep.
We don't care what you eat. So we'll call and complain that their food's too good for you, honey.
Right.
Right.
All right. We have more mushy brain oatmeal writings to go through. So USCA Constitution 14th Amendment provides that on a defendant's motion, the Maricopa County Court of Appeals, which doesn't exist, or Supreme what? Or Supreme Pizza? That sounds good. I wouldn't mind a Supreme Pizza right now. Has jurisdiction in order a Supreme Pizza. Or Supreme has jurisdiction in ordering the dismissal for abuse of discretion and violation of Code of This is a word. This is like the only word in all of her documents that messes me up. Judicial conduct. I got it. Canon 123 by Judge Justin Beresky, capital J, capital B, on June 2nd, 2025. This is the Friday that she fell ill during lunch, and we came back from lunch and she couldn't proceed, so the judge dismissed the jury and we all went back going, what the heck's going on? The defendant is in pain and suffering from a virus, that her defense team members are ill to assist in her trial. What is she trying to say? That sentence doesn't make sense. That her defense team members are ill to assist in her trial. Judge Beresky used by all means necessary to bring the ill defendant to his court.
Is she trying to claim her helper attorneys were also sick?
I don't know. Oh,
So
no, June
weird.
2nd was Monday,
Lori.
not a Friday. June 2nd was
Yeah.
a Monday, not a Friday. Okay, so this is the Monday. Yeah. She fell ill at lunchtime on the previous Friday, so that was
I mean, she
1:31,
says
30.
defense team.
1:30.
I mean, so I'm like, is the whole team sick, Lori? Did you get everybody sick? What's going on?
Right, that's what it sounds like. I can't read the logic there. Well, there is none. So
Well,
on
there's
June
no
3rd,
logic, Joe.
right, yeah. On June 3rd, that's the Tuesday, we didn't have court. He said, we're going to take a day off. Judge Beresky order CHS at MCSO Australia to perform an evaluation. Can you not? An evaluation on the defendant. Many tests were taken, but many tests were sent out for testing, so results were not available. On June 4th, that's the Wednesday, the defendant was again brought to court per the request of Judge Beresky. Not the request, the order, girl. You were ordered to come to court. The defendant was diagnosed with a virus. Maricopa County AO Joseph Vigil for MCSO read the defendant's medical record per Judge Beresky request, violating federal, which supersedes state law. Rules of Evidence, Rule 501, Rule 502, 42 USCA 290 DD, AR 12 2235, ARS 12 2292, ARS 32285. The defendant's confidential and communication between doctor patient was intentional violated, illegally obtained, without consent or waiver per request of Judge Beresky to MCAO, MCSO, Australia Administration, and CHS, and read to the media as well as to the public. No, we did not hear her confidential record. All we heard was that they did an evaluation and they did not find anything that would preclude her from showing up for court. If that's a HIPAA violation, okay, but that doesn't seem like a HIPAA violation to me. But I'm not I'm not an attorney.
I think the court would know if they were about to violate the law.
Yeah, and maybe that's why we got cleared out on that Wednesday before court. So remember when they like cleared the gallery? They came into court and they just cleared the gallery, and we were like, what is going on? I think that was probably because there was like sensitive medical information being discussed, but that's just my theory.
And that's true because they can't discuss the sensitive stuff on camera. They're not there is HIPAA out there for a reason. But nothing was violated with whatever they put in the court document and read from the judge. He's not going to violate the law, Lori. That's you, honey.
So on Thursday and Friday, June 5th and June 6th, 2025, the defendant was forced to proceed by Judge Beresky. So I haven't seen, so I need to go back and look in the record. I haven't seen those orders from Thursday and Friday, the 5th and the 6th, the forcible transport orders. But he basically, after the 4th, or starting on the 4th, maybe even starting on the 2nd, starting on the 4th at least, gave a forcible transport order every single day of court to force her to come to court.
Yeah, I saw some of that. I thought I saw those on your Twitter. Maybe I was.
Well, I had Wednesday.
Again,
I had Wednesday the 4th, and then I had starting Monday the 9th, and every day this week a forcible transport order. But I don't necessarily have a separate one for the 5th and 6th. So I was thinking maybe he didn't issue one for the 5th and 6th. Maybe she just finally gave up and like gave in.
Right.
But
She's
it looks like
yeah.
But it looks like right here he actually did order them on the 5th and 6th. So I need to go back and check the court docket, make sure I download those two for the other 1,000 documents that I have in her file. Oh my gosh. The defendant was forced to proceed by Judge Beresky, capital J, capital B, denying and depriving her of constitutional rights. She was deprived water, and Hidden True Crime, Lauren at Hidden True Crime, and Grayson did a little blurb, and they were helped by somebody that was sitting with us in the waiting area of all of the waters that she was provided in court. She came to court with at least 2 bottles of water every single day. Some days she drank a full bottle of water, but she always had water in court. Always.
She always had a water on her at the desk.
Yep.
Every day.
She did. Yep. But she says she was deprived of water and proper medical care. Judge Beresky, demeanor, attitude, body language, and behavior by June 6th was a blatant violation of Code of Judicial Conduct. Canon 1, Rule 1235, Canon 2, Rule 22, Rule 2.3, ABC, Canon 3C, throwing the defendant out of her own trial because of his explosive behavior.
That's funny. His explosive what, Lori?
His explosive behavior. Oh my gosh. She's a riot. She is a riot. Let's see.
That's insane. Lori, jeez.
I think we need to take a look at that real quick. I think we're gonna.
It was epic.
Yeah, we're gonna watch his explosive behavior. I gotta pull that up real quick. It's gonna take me 30 seconds here, guys. Hang in there. I didn't have it queued up because I was like, I've seen it 100 times, but I could see it 100 more. Could you not? All right.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Hold on. All right. I gotta rearrange my playlist. Wait, where did that go? Where did that go? No, I lost it. I saved it to my playlist and it disappeared. So we're gonna do it a different way. It's only 2.5 minutes long, and you guys are probably waiting like 2.5 minutes for me to pull it up here. StreamYard, here we go.
All right, please be seated. The jury is no longer present. We've concluded that sidebar. A record's been made. I would just caution the defendant again. She needs to be very careful, and she's getting into areas that could open a huge door that I don't think she wants open. I'm going to make another record at 10:24 to 10:25. We held a sidebar that I don't think made it onto the court record. That sidebar again discussed similar issues of if the defendant brings in evidence or testimony that she was a good person and no ill intent and those sorts of things, and specific acts of her being a good person, it could open the door to other things that she may not want the door open to. The state, the defendant, and advisory council were at the bench when we had that short 1 minute sidebar, but I don't know if anyone wants to supplement the record on that. Ms. Kay?
Just, Your Honor, that again, the state did raise any issue of character evidence under 404A and 405, that if the defendant opens the door and tries to advise that she is a good person, a peaceful person, a kind person, a loving person, any of those other types of things, that we believe that would allow us under 405 to then bring in specific acts such as the murder of her children, her husband, and her current husband's wife.
All right.
Which would also be 404B that they withdrew.
No, it'd be 405.
Yeah, they withdrew it, but if you bring up 404 that
Then all 404B is in, or do we get a hearing on what 404B can come in? If I open the door, do I get a hearing? We stop trial and I get a hearing on.
Stop. We'll have a very short hearing, okay? If you're going to introduce how you have great character and good character, we're going to have a short hearing on what evidence that they can bring in to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
and would you
talk
like
to your advisory counsel during the break? And
you don't need to yell at me either. I'm not,
okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm very courteous. I'm very courteous to you.
No, you have been.
You don't need to yell at me. I got to replay like this last 30 seconds. You don't need to yell at me. He's so explosive. Judge Justin Beresky is so explosive. It's so enlightening to me that a narcissist will call anybody that stands up to them explosive. Will say, they're the ones that are causing the problem. It's not the narcissist that's causing the problem. It's the person that stands up to the narcissist that's causing the problem. And that's Judge
always
B.
the case. Yep. She don't like him. So when we close that portal, she can't. At the end of this, when she turns around and points at him like, "I'm going to get you for this," so we're not going to let that happen, Judge. Don't worry, we got your back. We're closing her portal. She can't get you. She got mad at him. She's like, "I'm going to get you," whatever she said. I was like, "There goes Lori. There's dark Lori right there coming out."
Yep.
For the world to see.
And to rebut that character, which could include being convicted of 4 murders. So
and would you
talk
like
to your advisory counsel during the break? And
you don't need to yell at me either. I'm
okay?
Yeah, you are, and you do not need to talk to me that way. I'm very courteous. I'm very courteous to you.
No, you have been nothing. near courteous to me during the course of these proceedings. Talk with your advisory council about the rest of your cross. We're going to resume in 15 minutes.
Oh, uh-oh. We got you, Judge B. We got you. Left hand.
All right.
Oh, yes, he was so explosive. So explosive. Like, I don't know how you can tolerate having somebody like that in your life.
I'm on mute because I'm outside and I got caught in a shower and it's hitting the tin roof. It's probably super loud for you guys, so I'm muted out.
Okay. I like rain on a tin roof. That's actually like a soothing sound for me.
It's so nice out here right now. I'm not gonna lie. I got mostly blue sky and a little shower over me, and it's all good. Uh-oh, now it's thundering.
I love thunder too. It's one of my favorites. All right. So on with this. Judge Beresky's demeanor, attitude, body language, and behavior by June 6, 2025 was a blatant violation of Code of Judicial Conduct, Canon 1, blah, 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 throwing the defendant out of her own trial. Actually, we went to a break and we didn't have any proceedings while we were on break. And we came back from break and she apologized to the judge and said, "I'm sorry, Judge." Because of his explosive behavior was under control. Somebody makes sense of this sentence for me. Throwing the defendant out of her own trial because of his explosive behavior was under control. Because of his explosive behavior was under control. Like, do you see that? Like, what?
Yeah. She's
that
projecting.
Doesn't make sense. Right, but it's not even like a complete sentence.
Yeah, well, Joe, that's Lori.
It is, and she drives me nuts. Like, I just want to edit her documents just so they make sense, and I can't, and I actually don't want to, but I have my OCD. I have my grammar police OCD badge, and I earned it. The defendant was in fear of Judge Beresky. This is on court TV. She's the one that pointed at him. The defendant was in fear of Judge Beresky. This is on court TV. She's so conscious of that being on TV thing. Like, she almost threw up in front of on TV.
She wasn't in fear. She was just angry.
Right. At not getting her way. On June 7th, so the 2nd is the Monday, 3rd, 4th was the Wednesday, 5, 6th was the Friday. So on Saturday, June 7th, so that was exactly a week ago today, the defendant was informed she has a virus and bacteria infection because she was forced to go to court. Oh, really? She caught the bacterial, I'll put an L on there for you, Lori. She caught a bacterial infection by going to court.
Well, court will do that to you, Lori. It makes you real sick when you're not getting your way, doesn't it, girl?
So she wasn't sick before she went to court, but she was sick before she went to court. But then she was sicker because she caught another bacterial infection by being forced to go to court. Holy smokes. The layers of just irrationality. The layer. Okay, that's it. For me, that's what it is. The layers of irrationality. Like, things that would not make sense to 99% of the rest of human population are what she is using as an excuse in these motions. I wasn't sick before, but oh wait, I was sick before, but then I was sicker because you forced me to go to court when I was sick. Good
Well,
grief.
they obviously gave her a Z-Pack, a 5-day antibiotic, and some ibuprofen because she got better real fast. Like, it wasn't a lengthy illness. It was in a matter of days she was feeling better. So you just had an adult cold, Lori. That's all.
Yeah, and most of us like suck it up and go to work with a cold, and we're just like, hey, just stay away from me. I'm not going to be shaking hands. I'm not going to be giving
Give the girl
hugs.
yeah, give her a mask. 6 feet, everybody.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Because she was forced to go to court, she is dehydrated in the court trial. She is deprived water. This is a flat out lie. Like, this is, if she wants to cite court TV, like in the previous paragraph, then we can go check TV and see, girl, you're not deprived water. We can check that same court cam. She is not properly healing. Please review case file and rule 10.1 filed. She is begging for this relief from the Maricopa County Supreme Court, which is in a real court, and the Maricopa County Appeals Court, which is in a real court. So who is she asking to please review the case file? We're going to see in a second here, because the response is classic Judge B. The defendant respectfully asks, I'm going to put your word in there for you, Lori. I'm like correcting all of your grammar here, and it's driving me nuts, that the Maricopa County Court of Appeals, which doesn't exist, or the Supreme Court doesn't exist, grant this motion to be dismissed based on the above fact finding and all documented support in case file CR 2022 because of the violation by Judge Justin Beresky. Finally, 3 capital letters. I think that's the first time in both of these documents she's capitalized all 3 letters. And Chief Judge Green, lowercase j for Judge Green. Oh my gosh, she wears me out. The defendant's case has multiple errors. Your filing has multiple errors. Shall we compare your errors to your case file and what the jury's verdict was in both cases? Because she does cite both cases at the top. I'll zip up to that at the end. It's both cases, 2021 and 2022. The integrity, the foundation, and the structure of the defendant cases are compromised on June 6, 2025. Well, she cited something on June 7th, 2025. Judge Beresky, lowercase j, outburst compromised the integrity of the courts. The defendant requests a hearing on this matter, respectfully submitted blank day of blank 2025. And there's her, at least that's more printed. Last time it was like duplicate signatures. At least that's like semi-printed. And guess what? It's a capital R. That is another capital R. Lori with a capital R. Good gravy. All right, I got to check chat real quick. I got to like dip out of that lady's mind and check chat.
Yeah, come out of there, Joe. It's okay. Take a breath. Take a breath. I
Oh
was
my
just looking
word.
at chat too, looking at what everybody I hadn't been checking chat, and I usually do. So I had to check myself. It's still loud here, so I'm muting out.
All right. Oh my goodness. She's a piece of work. She is. So she filed that with both courts. And so because she filed it with 2 non-existent courts, the court that she filed it with had to review that filing. Like, I mean, they're forced to almost. Shore Life. Hey, Shore Life, welcome in. Good to see you in here. I just can't with her, and we're not going to have to with her for much longer. She's fading off into oblivion, and She wanted, so we saw the judge asked her if she wanted to stipulate again, like she did in the last trial, to the aggravating factors. She said, well, I really don't want to, but I'm kind of being forced to. No, you're not forced to at all. Like, we can get up and we can have a hearing about those aggravating factors. And Brandon can get up here and tell his victim impact statement about how you have negatively impacted his life. But she had to stipulate because she doesn't want that. She didn't want in Charles's trial, she didn't want Kay and Colby and others to get up and talk about the impact that Charles's murder had on their lives, the negative impact. So she stipulated last trial, she stipulated this trial to the aggravating factors. But we at least do get to see Judge Beresky's response to this, response to these motions, because she filed them in the wrong court. She totally filed them in the wrong court. But he's like, I think you probably meant to file it with the Arizona Court of Appeals, District 1, but you didn't. So since you didn't, we're gonna hear it right here.
Mm-hmm. That's what she gets.
Yep. Lawyer Lori at it again. So this is dated the day after hers was dated. So this is last Tuesday. And pro per defendant Lori Daybell, G062213. That is her prisoner number, by the way, at the Maricopa County Jail. The court has received and reviewed defendant's motion to dismiss, abuse of discretion, and motion for recusal of Chief Judge Green. Sick. So she spelled the judge's name wrong. There's no E on the end of it. Or is it the other way around? I don't know. She spelled it wrong. This ruling only addresses these two motions insofar as they seek a change of judge for cause pursuant to Arizona Rule of Criminal Procedure 10.1. To the extent that these motions seek other relief, the assigned trial judge will handle that request. Rule 10.1 covers the change of judge. Oh, this isn't actually the ruling that I want. There's another one in there. This is the one, for these reasons, the defendant's request to remove judges Green and Beresky for cause is denied. So this is actually Judge Wine's ruling right here. Let me pull up the other one. I can get it. Give me 1 second here. Denial of motion to dismiss Judge Beresky and Green. There we go. No, that's the one I have up. There we go. All right, this is the one. This is Judge Beresky's response to her motion to dismiss abuse of discretion. So it's kind of seems like we have rulings from two different judges about the same motion, and that's okay. They can all rule on it to their heart's content. But this is Judge B's. So he says, the court has received and reviewed the defendant's motion to dismiss abuse of discretion filed with the clerk of the court on June 9th, 2025. The defendant requests the Maricopa County Supreme Court or Court of Appeals dismiss her case. There is no such thing as the Maricopa County Supreme Court nor the Maricopa County Court of Appeals. Perhaps the defendant intended her motion to be submitted to the Arizona Court of Appeals Division 1, but it was not. It was filed with this court, and therefore this court must rule. He's like, you tied my hands, Lori. Like, I have no choice, but I have to rule on this because you filed this with me.
He has to respond.
The defendant's motion urges a number of narratives that are verifiably false upon review of both the written record and the FTR for the record recording of the trial. So those are the in courtroom cameras, of which there are several, and we had to watch Judge Green's hearing on her former motion through the FTR, which was like a 10-minute hearing, and it was crappy resolution. The video was crappy, but we got to hear it anyway. Given the defendant continues to argue she was physically unable to proceed to trial, the court will supplement the existing record to note the following. In order to further assess whether the defendant's purported illnesses were impacting her ability to proceed, the court continued to observe the defendant throughout the trial. He was watching her. Judge Beresky was watching her.
I always feel like somebody's watching me. We were all
Right?
watching her. Everybody saw you feeling okay, Lori. Shoot.
The court observed, and so did the rest of the world, that while the jury was present in the courtroom, nothing in the defendant's mannerisms, voice, as well as her interaction with the court or witnesses would cause this court to suspect her health was in any way negatively impacting her ability to proceed. He has a way of stating things. It's like a dad catching you coming home late at night, right? He's like,
Oh, goodness.
he's not having any of it.
The good old days. No, my dad, I didn't want to be caught coming home late. My dad wasn't like going to beat me or anything, but the disappointment I would have caused would have been overwhelming. And I'm like, nope, not. Mom was a different story. It's what it was. But dad, no. Oh, it thundered real bad when I said that. It's like my daddy was listening.
Right? It's like, you better not be doing that.
You better not, girl. You better straighten up.
I got caught one time sneaking out at night, and that was enough. Once and once only.
Right? One time's enough, man. When you see that disappointment in daddy's face, you're like, oh, man.
Not enough for Lori, though. She can get caught multiple times.
Yeah, she doesn't care.
No, she deserves it. Anyway, on Monday, June 9th, 2025, after filing of this motion, the defendant again argued she was not able to proceed with trial when she reported a new medical issue. Later that same day, upon finishing her cross of witness Marianne Robb, and the state was redirecting this witness, the defendant was even observed to be laughing, smiling, and conversing with her advisory counsel, appearing to be in very good spirits, exhibiting no impairment whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, that just lays it all out right there.
Yeah.
Like, you can complain.
And the 9th was the 5-year, and the 9th was the anniversary of the kids being found too.
Yep. Yeah, that was Friday. No, Friday was the 13th. The 9th was Monday. This was this last Monday. Yeah.
It was on my birthday.
Yep.
And she's over here making frivolous little filings and acting normal in court and trying to play sick and play all the things. Nobody had any sympathy for her. None whatsoever.
Right. Including Judge B. He has absolutely no sympathy for her now, and he's the one that is going to be sentencing her. Oh my gosh. The court continued its observation through the remainder of the trial, including closing arguments. The court observed no outward appearance of the defendant experiencing any distress or difficulty in acting and advocating as her attorney. The record supports the decision to move forward with trial over the defendant's objection. It is ordered denying the defendant's request for oral argument on this issue. It is further ordered denying the defendant's motion to dismiss. All right. So, yeah, that's Judge wasn't having it. Danny, I think I've heard that before, but I don't have any way to verify it. So Maybe somebody can verify that. But June 9th on Monday was the 5-year anniversary of JJ and Tylee being found in shallow graves in Chad's backyard in Rexburg.
Yeah. Yeah.
So after that, we're going to watch the verdict again. I don't hear anything.
Yeah, no sound.
Are we supposed to have sound?
I don't know. Are we?
Read and record the verdict.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
We'll start with no sound, and we'll get sound here in a minute when the judge comes in.
Oh, yeah, when it's all quiet for a minute, when it's still muted out.
Yes, right.
We're on the record. The parties are present, the jury's not present. We were informed about a half hour ago that the jury reached a verdict. We'll go ahead and bring in the jury.
Sure my phone was off. All the rest of the jury.
There's Kay standing right behind Brandon.
Yeah. There's a clip I made where Lori turns around in court and looks back, and they're all sitting back there, and she turns back around real quick. She looks right at all of them. I'm like, yep, they're still there, Lori.
Jury is present. Everyone can be seated. Do we have a foreperson? Has the jury reached a verdict?
Yes.
Will you hand the verdict to my courtroom assistant? All right, the clerk will read and record the verdict.
In the Superior Court of the State of Arizona, in and for the County of Maricopa, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, CR 2022-001242-001. Verdict count 1. We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action upon our oaths, do find the defendant, Lori Daybell, as to the crime of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder occurring on or about October 2nd, 2019, as follows. Guilty. Signed, foreperson. Are these your true verdicts? So say you one and all?
Yes.
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 All right, on the court's own motion, I'll ask the clerk to poll the jury.
You know what was kind of odd about that was I went back and I watched the verdict from the first trial, And Tosh, who was juror number 8 from the first trial, is supposed to come on about 3 o'clock Arizona time, 6 o'clock Eastern to talk about this. But I don't think they all answered on the first one. I think only one person answered on the first trial when he said, "So say you all." So when he said, "So say you all here," like a bunch of them did. I don't think it was like 12 of them, but it was a bunch of them said yes. And in the first
Right.
trial, they didn't. I don't know what's legally required, but they polled them anyway afterwards. And I thought juror number 9 in this case was like more emphatic and more invested in his answer than he was like in the entire trial up to that point, because he was the one. Juror number 9 was the one on the top right, far right, that kept looking into the gallery. He was doodling. He was playing with his, he was chewing on his fingernails. He was rubbing his arms, but he was obviously paying attention. And he's the one that like showed emotion when they talked about Lori meddling in the marriage between Brandon and Melanie and messing up their marriage. Like he showed emotion during that time. And he's the one that is not married now. But he does have a 13-year-old daughter or child. Pretty sure he said daughter. But I have in my notes just child. But so he could relate to that, and he did relate to that, and that was impactful for him. So kudos to him for standing up and being clear and decisive when he says, juror number 9, is that your decision? He says yes, very emphatically. So listen for juror number 9 on this.
The jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict?
Oh, shoot. Hold on. I unshared that. We're going to go back. There we go. All right. We got this.
Is your true verdict, so say you won it all?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right. On the court's own motion, I'll ask the clerk to poll the jury.
Juror number 1, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 2, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 4, is this your true verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 6, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 8, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 9, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 13, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 14, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 15, is this your true verdict?
Yes.
All right, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you at this time. I have one more legal issue I need to resolve before you can be released from the admonition. So please just hang tight in the jury room for what's hopefully a few minutes, and then we will let you know if we need your further service. So please retire to the jury room, and please, the admonition still applies.
All rise for the jury.
So I'm going to pause just for a second for this question. So Jeff White was actually not on her witness list for this trial. I think he was for the last one. He was her investigator, but he was there for all of the first trial and most of the beginning stages of this trial, but we have not seen him since the beginning of this trial. Like, I think even before the beginning of this trial, we don't know where Jeff White went, what happened to him. Lonnie Dworkin was on her witness list, and she tried. Hold on. Sorry, Alexa was reminding me of something annoying. So Jeff White never showed up, but Lonnie Dworkin was her expert witness with the cell phone data, and she tried to serve a subpoena on him, and his address was at a UPS store. So you can't serve a subpoena to a UPS store. And so Lonnie Dworkin was not even subpoenaed in this. Is kind of bizarre. Like she had 2 successful subpoenas served. One was on Detective Moffat from Chandler PD, which is not Gilbert PD. And then one was on her Weaver Barkman. I think he was supposed to be like a ballistics expert of some kind. And maybe he was supposed to look at the data or look at the photographs and come up with some kind of a conclusion about the trajectory. But you need 2 points in a straight line to come up with a trajectory. And we only have one bullet hole in the Tesla door. And we only have pictures of that. We don't have the actual door. So, yeah. So that's a very good question. Now we'll continue with this.
All right. Please be seated. The jury is no longer present. And aggravation phase, we're prepared to proceed with. I'll ask the defendant. Yesterday, you indicated you didn't want to proceed with that and you would rather admit those aggravators. Is that still your desire?
I will still stipulate, Your Honor, even though I object to having an aggravator phase at all.
Okay, so the state has alleged this is a dangerous.
So she says that is like the most word salad thing ever. Like, I will stipulate, even though I'm doing it kicking and screaming, and even though I don't think I should have to, I'm going to. She continually blows my mind, and I'm ready for her to go away forever and stop blowing my mind with her craziness. And I cannot imagine the families and the victims that are also, they've been in that frame of mind for a long time. I wish she would just go away and leave us all alone. Now she gets to July 25th. July 25th is sentencing, and the Idaho Department of Corrections has 30 days to come pick her up and take her back to Idaho. And then they don't allow interviews in Idaho from prison. So she's going away forever starting July 25th, 2025. Salty, did you have something to add to that?
No, Lori Vallow Daybell left my head when the guilty verdict came down. I was done with her. I'm done with her. She can go. I don't care where she goes. Quietly kicking, screaming, do you, girl, but do it in the state penitentiary. And I hope that she never steps foot in a courtroom again. Let your victims be, own your shit, and shut up. It's been a long time with Lori, you know what I mean? It really has. It's been a really long time. And I remember having to sit at night and listening to the audio of her proceedings in Idaho because she showed her tale about being on TV. I watched Chad's trial. I supported this family and these victims because they absolutely deserve it, right? I mean, wholeheartedly. But she's wicked. There's no other way. And she's probably put a spell on the judge and she turned around and pointed her finger at him. But your energy's not going to work there, girl. You can quit it. I'm with you. I'm over her. And, and when we're done with her here soon, we're just going to leave it at that. I am, because I'm not going to breathe. I'm not going to give her the time of day anymore.
Nope.
She's just not worth it, in my opinion. I'm not going to try to psychoanalyze the crap out of Lori Daybell no more, because I got a pretty good grasp on Lori Daybell.
Offense. Do you understand? And the state has also alleged that this particular crime that you've been found guilty of involved the use of an accomplice. Is that the extent of the aggravators that you want to prove up?
To the jury, yes, that's all we were going to ask to do.
All right. So, Ms. Daybell, do you understand you have the right to have a jury decide whether or not those aggravators are proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
I do understand that.
And do you understand that by admitting those aggravators or stipulating to them that you'd be waiving your right to have a jury do that?
Correct.
Has anyone forced you or threatened you in any way to get you to waive that right to have a jury decide those two issues?
No.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to waive that right to have a jury decide those two factors?
No.
Are you waiving those factors of your own free will?
Yes.
The court finds and do you in fact stipulate that this was a dangerous offense?
I do stipulate to that fact.
And you also stipulate that this particular crime would have involved did involve the use of a presence or use of an accomplice?
I will stipulate to that fact as well.
The court finds those to be knowingly, voluntarily, intelligently entered into stipulation. The court will find that those do exist as a legal determination. I'll order a pre-sentence report be prepared on both cases.
Can I waive a pre-sentence report and try to move up sentencing?
No, you can't. You cannot. You cannot have everything you want to. She's trying to move out of Arizona just as quickly as she can, which is funny because there are rumors that she's like the hero of Estrella in Maricopa County Jail, that like all the other inmates are like cheering her on when she comes back and everything. And she's like, I'm out as fast as I can get out of here. Like, can we move it up? Can we move it up? Can we move up? Judge is like, no, we have to have a pre-sentencing hearing. We have to have a pre-sentencing report. That's part of the procedures we have to go through.
No, we're going to have one prepared. Let me ask the state, as far as the state's presentation and how many people might speak at sentencing, do you have an estimated time?
Your Honor, 1 second.
So that gal on the right, the brunette, she is the victim's
Your Honor, because
representative.
we are sentencing both cases together at the same time, to be safe, if we could block off a couple hours, because there are obviously next of kin and victims from both cases. It
All
may
right.
be less than that, but I think to be safe, if we could do that.
All right, this courtroom is going to be taken over by Judge Myers in a week and a half, but he is out the whole week of July 28. So this courtroom would be vacant. We could use this courtroom.
Okay.
So I can do it pretty much any day that
One
week.
Second, I think that does it have to be within 30 days? Your Honor, is that more than 30 days? Doesn't it have to be within 30 days?
It is more than 30 days.
What was that hot mic? What did she just say on that hot mic? All right, I got it. Nope, I'm not backing it up. I'm not giving her more energy. She said something on a hot mic right there.
Yes, she did. I heard it that day in court.
I don't need to listen to
And I
it.
think because we do have people flying in, they would prefer a Friday. I don't know if August 1st.
I can also do it Friday, July 25th.
I know that's closed on a couple of their schedules. Let me just make sure they're able to fly here.
Uh-oh, Unicorn Rancher.
Your Honor, the 25th of July would also work.
All right. Does the defendant want to be heard on a sentencing date?
Do I want to be heard?
On a sentencing date, yeah.
Do I want to speak on sentencing day?
No,
Is that
no,
what
I
you're
meant,
asking me?
do you want to be heard on what
The
date?
timing?
Yeah, what date I should set this for?
Yes, I would like it to be within 30 days if possible.
All right. The soonest available is July 25th. I'll set it from 9 a.m. to noon, just to be safe, on July 25th in this same courtroom. Anything else?
Can you do anything about the timing of
me being transported after that?
Actually, I would like the county attorney and or the sheriff's office. I don't know if I need to make specific orders on the record regarding transferring back to Idaho. I don't know what the interstate agreement was on having her transported here.
It was immediately after, but I think they have up to 30 days to pick me up. That's why I wanted the sentencing to be moved up, because they still have 30 days after that.
Okay.
If there's something you can do about that.
I guess what I'm requesting from any party, either side or the sheriff's office, is what particular language people are looking for in order to accomplish that transfer.
I will reach out to our extraditions.
All right. All right. So we will be at recess. All right. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, he's here.
There were some more hot mic moments there. I'm not going to give her any more energy, though. Not on these. We got something better to look at.
I did not enjoy sitting and giving someone who tried to kill me the chance to question me, but I owed it to Charles, to Tylee, to JJ, and to Tammy to speak because I could.
For my,
You're all right. I prepared just a short statement that I wanted to share. Kay had something she wanted to share, and I want you guys to know that we stand united.
I got it now.
We're still family. We always will be, regardless of the things that happened. But go ahead, Kay. Share your thought.
Okay.
And then I'll share mine.
We got it. Okay. For my brother Jerry, we got the bitch again.
Absolutely.
That's for you, Jerry.
My statement is as follows. 2,078 days. I'm humbled. I can't even imagine how many hours have been spent by law enforcement and prosecutors tirelessly working to uncover the truth. The truth is that hatred, selfishness, and greed almost led to the end of my life. 12 strangers verified that Lori must be held accountable. I have heard the question asked, why hold this trial? She already has multiple life sentences. My response is simple. We owe it to those who are victimized and choose to follow the law to uphold justice on their behalf. So many victims never get this day. So I thank the judge and the jury who willingly put their lives on hold to complete this process. I did not enjoy sitting and giving someone who tried to kill me the chance to question me, but I owed it to Charles, to Tylee, to JJ, and to Tammy.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine somebody is on trial for trying to kill you and you have to get up on the stand and face them on cross-examination? You're the state's witness. You're the key state's witness. And you know they're coming at you.
That. Right. When she's questioning him and he's like the way he conducted himself during that, right? I was so impressed with him because I knew that had to be hard, man. I mean, not all of us, I don't know if I could have contained myself that way, but he did. He maintained that. And he speaks about that in the interview I told you that I saw. And
Yep.
I think he was
we're gonna watch it. It's coming up. We're gonna watch it.
Yeah. So yeah, he just you could tell when he was going through it, he didn't want to be there, obviously, but he did what he had to do, and he knew to not let her get under his skin with her line of questioning. She was trying to go down certain roads with, you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, he was a stalwart.
Yeah, he didn't get triggered by her, and that's what she was trying to do. And Lori would have won if he had been triggered enough to say something. You know what I mean? She would have felt empowered by that.
Yeah, you know what's funny is she also tried to trigger Kay.
Yeah,
and she tried to trigger Nancy Joe, and those both backfired on her.
Well, their energy is totally different
Yep.
energy for her, and she doesn't know how to handle that kind of energy. And when they give it, they mirror that. It's called mirroring, and they mirrored her energy right back at her. And that is not, narcissists do not like that. That's so intimidating to them. Whoa, you just mirrored me. I'm no match for you. Right?
Yeah. All right. Back to the presser.
To speak because I could. I don't know the statistics of how many people never get the chance because they were killed or because we can't find the people who committed the crime. But we as a society owe it to them to move forward with prosecuting those who commit violent crimes. I've chosen in my life to be and live as a man who believes in Jesus Christ and in God. So I view my life from this lens. I heard this in this trial about loving everyone. I support this cause. However, I do not believe that all the things that were said follow that. The Savior did say, "Many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have we not prophesied in thy name? And in thy name have cast out devils? And in thy name done many wonderful works? And then will I profess unto them, I never knew you. Depart from me, ye that work iniquity." The beautiful part of this human experience is, as Isaiah said, to appoint unto them that mourn in Zion, to give unto them beauty for ashes.
By the way, his personal knowledgeable experience sitting here as a court reporter trying to film this with my phone, which said I was recording, but it wasn't. And we had StreamYard issues that day too. That sidewalk, do you see the sun reflecting off that sidewalk? That sidewalk was hot as blazes. Like I swear that sidewalk was 200 degrees.
Well, I remember I was watching, and all you guys that were there were talking about how hot it was. And I'm thinking to myself, I thought they said it was better in Arizona than Florida. So then I'm thinking, then my mind starts going, well, how hot is it for them? Is the humid, like, what's good? So I need the rundown there, Joe. What was the actual temperature?
I honestly believe it was over 200 degrees on that sidewalk. Like you could fry an egg on the sidewalk
Yeah,
that day.
but I mean, what
Yeah.
was the ambient temperature outside?
105, 106, I think.
Yeah, man. And without the, it's not comfortable, is it?
Yeah. Well,
No.
and it doesn't, and the sidewalk doesn't care if it's a dry heat or not.
Oh, no,
It's just-
it doesn't. No, it doesn't for sure. I was like, oh, you guys. So maybe yeah, that's hot for sure.
Yeah, that my buns were burning. I was sitting on the sidewalk trying to film, and my buns were burning. It was a Yosemite
Yeah.
Sam moment. My
See, it's
biscuits
later
is
in the
burning.
right. It's later in the year, if another month or so away for us to start feeling those temperatures. We're still in the high 90s right now, but soon it'll be normal to be above 100 every day in Florida. It's just, it is what it is. We're used to it. But yeah, that's pretty crazy to have that kind of heat, isn't it?
Yeah.
When we trust the Lord to do this with our lives, He can do wonders with us. I'd like to share two things that I have used in my life to help me move forward and create beauty from the ashes. The first is from Viktor Frankl. He taught there's a space in life between stimulus and response where we can choose and have freedom. It is okay to feel hatred, anger, passion, and a myriad of other feelings when life's stimulus are unexpected or unfair or both. But true freedom comes from mastering our ability to respond in our actions independent of the stimulus, to choose who we will be and to act and not to be acted upon. Secondly, I believe every human being is a child of God and has immeasurable worth. Hating a person can be like a poison to our souls. It can take away our joy and our happiness. I believe we can have enmity towards someone's actions or choices while still forgiving them for our own selves, to have more room for love and happiness and joy. Truly living this principle is a process. It takes time. But as we apply these two principles, that of choice before response and forgiveness and love and valuing others as oneself, I believe that it makes our society better. So thank you for coming and supporting me in this. for all of you who have. And we're grateful today for those who let us have our due process. So,
Brandon, would you
thank
say
you.
you've forgiven Lori?
It's a process. I will do my best. It's something that I believe if you give away your hatred to the Savior, I would tell you that there is more room for joy and love for your family, for your friends, for those who do love you. So that's the best I can share.
Brandon, do you believe Melanie should be charged in this case?
I'm not going to talk about that right now, but I appreciate the question.
What did you think that the jury came back less than 30 minutes?
I'm grateful that they did their responsibility, and I'm grateful for a verdict.
Brandon, where do you go from here?
I'll continue moving forward with my life. I have a beautiful wife. I have wonderful family. I have so much wonderful family that's waiting back there. I'll go back to anonymity, hopefully, and just live my life and be another person who tries to do the right thing in the right situation. And I want to say thank you to all the people who did the right thing, who came in, who gave up their time and participated in the process. There's a lot of people who don't get any thank yous that give up their time. And so I just want them to know I'm grateful.
Jenny, anything you want to say?
I am grateful that I am standing next to this man right now.
Thank you,
Grateful
guys.
that he's here.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day.
Brandon Boudreaux, thank you so much for making.
So here is the interview between Justin Lum, Fox 10, and Brandon Boudreaux after the verdict, after that presser we just saw. And I actually haven't seen this before, so you're going to get some raw reaction from me. We may speed it up a little bit just for time's sake, and we should still be able to understand it. And if you want me to slow it down at any point in time, I will.
For making the time following a long 6 years, to say the least. Nearly 6 years ago, though, your life was about to change. June 25th, 2019, really the beginning of the end for that marriage. But I want you to describe the Brandon Boudreaux from that time, from that era.
I think I've always kind of been the same me. For me, my life is about my family. So that person and this person wants to be the best dad he can be, like the best husband you can be. And then you want to provide, really, really basic things. That's what's important to me.
Yeah, and I hear that from people. You haven't really changed. Even with so many things that could have changed you and have impacted you, you have tried to remain true to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, some stuff changes you, right? Like you can't change. You don't remain completely the same. But I think for me in this process, the thing that mattered the most was just to try to continue to be the same. I had the same goals at the end, which was to be a good father, to try to honor the promises that I made to God, to be that person. I just wanted to stay focused on that. That was my goal through the process.
Here we are, June 13th, 2025. This is the first day you wake up this morning with this murder conspiracy case behind you, and you have justice. How are you feeling?
I woke up and I went to work. For me, the goal is to go back to what I was talking about: being a good dad, hopefully being a good husband, hopefully being a good brother, a good son. Those things that I think most everybody wants to be. That's when I woke up today. That got to be the focus, and hopefully for most of the rest of my life, that gets to be the focus. That's what I prefer. That's where I find joy.
You and others put Lori Daybell in prison. You helped present a case to convict her in 3 murder trials. What was it like facing off with her in court as she questioned your story?
Uncomfortable, like I don't know that I have the right words for that. Like your heart races, you try to be calm. I just tried to remember that why I was doing it, that it was the right thing to be doing at that time, and I knew that, and that was what I had to do to get to the end of the process, through due process, right? To get to the point where I could have a jury weigh all the evidence and tell me whether or not what I felt was what they saw.
Did you feel any anger during the cross-examination?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, you feel all of those feelings that you would imagine you feel. And then it's just trying to remember to breathe and to answer the question and to focus on what matters most. So there's the stimulus. It's that idea of like, don't react, but try to act independently, try to answer the question, be honest, have integrity, and move forward. Just wait for the next one until you finish the process.
Lori mentioned your kids. I mean, she had talked about how she had watched your kids. She was naming them in court. I mean, clearly she was trying to show that she had some good character, and we saw multiple objections. Were you surprised at some of the questions?
I after what I went through, I don't think anything was going to surprise me. Like that's not to just expect the unexpected. That doesn't, even though that, it doesn't change being in a moment of something. And yeah,
that's so interesting that he says, to expect the unexpected. That means he has been dealing with Lori long enough to know that anything can come from anywhere when she's involved.
Exactly. He knows what he was dealing with, and he understands to an extent, I think, that battling her in some aspects is not worth it. You know what I mean? Like being the way he was on the stand with her, not to be surprised by what she tries to pull, because she tries to throw people sometimes by surprising. That surprise element. Lori, she'll go from that giggly little girl one moment, and then the next minute she's getting all like, she owns the room, Lori, and it's like she can't manipulate everybody. And Brandon's one of those guys she couldn't manipulate. Charles was not that guy. That's why they were in the way. They weren't easily manipulated into going away and just being good little guys and go visit your children when we give you that opportunity and enjoy it and be quiet. That's not who these guys were, and I don't blame them. I commend them for being the opposite of that.
Yeah.
Definitely feel a little overwhelming, or you still have the anger you talk about, all those kind of feelings will come. You just have to try not to focus on them or dwell.
Did some of her questions just not make any sense to you?
Yeah, so that's why I asked to just clarify. Just wanted to understand what she was trying to ask so I could try to answer it honestly.
What were you doing when you learned that a verdict had been reached in about 15 minutes?
We just got to the courthouse and we were just waiting. So I was just sitting in the room with my beautiful wife and my family and friends, and we're just waiting, just like everybody else. Maybe a little more nervous. I don't know how nervous everybody else feels. But I felt pretty nervous. So.
That had to be a good sign, though, when you realize I just got here. They have a verdict. Like it's happening in less than 30 minutes.
Yeah, for me at least, every time you go through that process, each of these cases, I just have a lot of anxiety while you wait. Even though I've always, since the beginning, you felt like what happened and feel pretty confident that everybody will share the story and it'll get right. It's still scary, like you don't have any control. And when you don't have control, you feel nervous is a normal feeling.
When you heard the word guilty, what came over you?
Relief, like gratitude, I think would be the words that I'd use. Grateful that all those people invested that time. I mean, not just my case, in each of those cases, like all those meant the world to me. That it's a lot for those people to carry. They have to think about all that, and then they have to weigh that, and that has to be on their conscience too for the rest of their lives. So gratitude that they would submit to the process and really do their best to be honest and think through it and give real thought and meaning to it, so that it's kind of like they're all taking that on too. For that I have a lot of gratitude. There's a lot of people who didn't have to, over 4 different trials, that chose to sit through, hear the information, and help give a little bit of justice to people that were victims of some terrible things.
And we know on paper this is still an open investigation by Gilbert PD, and there are multiple alleged co-conspirators, including your ex-wife. And I know that's a specific topic that you can't get into right now due to the pending investigation. But Trina K's words, I mean, she didn't hold back to the jury. Did her arguments give you some hope that there's accountability for all, that's still on the table?
I'm not in charge of any of that. So my best answer is, when crimes are committed, I hope that people who commit them have accountability for their own good too. It's good for people to be able to go through a process of healing, and part of healing, if you committed the crime, is you have to acknowledge it and you have to make amends, you have to change, and so it's really not my job, and I'm grateful for that there's someone else who decides. There's police who do investigating and they pass it over to a prosecutor who decides if that's something that they feel like they have enough evidence that they can go through that process with. And that's a good place to not have the power in as a victim, because I'm not unbiased. Like when you go through something hard, you're not unbiased.
You talked about giving a voice, on behalf of people who couldn't provide a voice, the victims that are no longer here, and you're able to, tell your story.
I thought that was a pretty insightful comment by Brandon. When you go through something hard, you're not unbiased. And I think for the rest of us, we haven't actually literally gone through it, but I think emotionally, psychologically, we have gone through it. And I can't be unbiased. I can't. Like I was asked that
exactly.
I was asked that one day. I was asked that one day by another reporter in line, like, what do you think? And I'm like, I can't wait till she gets sentenced and she gets put away forever. And he's like, yeah, but that's, you're killing the goose that laid the golden egg. And I'm like, I'm okay with that.
That's
perfectly okay with that.
Yeah, go away with that kind of comment, guy. You know, I mean, because that's weird. But yeah, I agree with you.
I can't be unbiased in this. She needs to go away
No,
forever.
exactly. This is not a case of who done it, right? It's not that
No,
type of
it's
case.
not.
You and I had that conversation about that, and it's not that type of case. It's literally, it is what it is, and we've all known it for a long time. And to feel any other kind of way, it would be, yeah, we're all biased, and that's why we weren't on the jury. Right? But that's why
Right.
we have a jury. So yeah, I
That's why I
feel
may
what
never
Brandon.
be on a jury.
You couldn't be unbiased, Joe, ever. Not
No,
only like not
I
for
absolutely
Lori.
can't.
Yeah,
I can be unbiased. I can,
yeah,
but I'm also
I know.
like
Yeah,
into true crime, and I know a little bit about trials. I know a little bit about the law. I know a little bit enough to be dangerous. But in
I know
this, it
that
doesn't
me too.
matter. Yep.
Dude, we're still suffering PTSD from another case that I won't speak of right
Yep.
now. So yeah, you and I
Yep.
know we're like, whoa, we're gonna lawyer up real quick. Like we're gonna make sure all our rights are met, and don't talk to us right now. We're busy,
Yep.
But yeah, it can go that way, right? And we don't like that part, but we don't wish
Yeah.
it to be that way. But Lori's case was just so different, and everybody's
It
so
is.
ready to finally see justice for all of her victims. Finally, all of them. You know,
Yep.
and of course, we understood it has to take time, and this is a process, right? I think a lot of us, like you said, that follow court cases, and we get that it is. And in these two cases, it was, get through these other trials and these investigators figuring everything out, right? With these two cases, and even watching the officer that responded to both Charles and Brandon when she realized the connection between the two, because she went on both of those calls. And so for them to finally start putting it all together and being able to build a case against Lori for these crimes is huge, and that they finally got there with all of it. It's just been a long road. And Brandon played a huge part in that by hiring the investigator and being that advocate, not only for himself and his children, but for Charles as well.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
that's who he was. And I think that shows so much about Brandon's character that you can't fake. There's nothing about that man that appears fake at all. Nothing.
No.
And the jurors saw that, I think, in him, and made their decision much easier.
Yeah. I think they see what we see, which is the stark contrast between a man
Mhm.
who is not fake at all, that believes in his faith. And even if we don't believe in the same faith, we can
Right.
see that he is a man of faith, and he believes in his principles,
And
and he
I so
believes.
totally respected that from him. You know what I mean? I respect that because I'm not here to tell him what to believe and not to believe in. And I totally respect him for having his beliefs and standing firm in them and being the kind of man you are. That's the thing. If you are a man of God, no matter what religion you choose, and you're a woman of God, you're going to be good. Your family is your life, your everything, first and foremost. Right? And I respect him for all of that. And yeah, he's just a really good guy, and you can't deny it. She tried.
Nope.
Lori is no comparison to that. His character alone just annihilates her little bit of character she thinks that she has. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, and I think the jury saw through that stark contrast between somebody who was a genuine, real human being who really cared for his family, and somebody who was a pretender. And she's a pretender. She's 100% a pretender. And I
Oh
think the
yeah, I
jury
think it
saw
came
through that.
through. I think
Yeah.
so. It's kind of hard for Lori to hide her crazy. Do you know what I mean? In the way she presents herself and the way
That's
she
a good way to
talks.
put it.
Yeah, it's a
I
little
love that.
hard. There's a song about that. Yeah, sometimes it's a little hard to hide you crazy, but girl, you better learn.
She hasn't learned yet. It
No,
comes
I
out.
don't think she'll never learn to hide it well, but yeah, it's there. I don't care what the states say, competent and all that. Like I said, can you say they're not competent because of their damn beliefs? Apparently not, but we all know she's not right. That's no excuse for anything she's done. Trust me, but we know.
If you know, you know, and we know. All right, back to this interview with Justin Lum and Brandon Boudreaux.
Your story on the stand, and I assume you feel empowered right now getting justice, but you rewind back to 2019, 2020. What is it like knowing someone is trying to kill you?
Feel anxious, paranoid. I mean, I'm probably a lot of the feelings you might feel or how I felt. I mean, I can't speak for anyone else who's gone through something like that, but for me, you know, you just don't feel safe. You know, you just go through life for a period of time feeling unsafe all the time.
Do you carry any sort of PTSD from that day?
I'm probably, you know, you probably always do. The part of the human experience, it's hard to know what you are and aren't carrying because mostly we're just present to what's happening for us right now, and it's really hard to remember how you felt. It's really hard to remember exactly how I felt 6 years ago before I ever had that experience, before I ever went through some of these things. So my focus is to try to heal the best I can and to try to be the best I can for my family, you know? So I guess that's the best way to answer that.
And in this recovery, I mean, you're working on a book right now. Tell me about that focus in the book.
Yeah, for me, I don't know if I'll ever release it to the public or if it'll get there, but I am in the process. I work with someone who helps me write it, and maybe it's therapeutic, but for me, the focus of the book is my children. Like one day they're going to be old enough where it's finally time for them to kind of examine and look at what all these things that happened so they can try to understand for themselves. And when that time comes, I don't want to have to try to remember back to all those years ago what happened. So I've tried to really document thoroughly what happened, and hopefully I can put something together for them so that they can hear my side of it and see the choices I made. And I don't know how they'll feel about it. That's kind of their job to figure out and go through those emotions, but hopefully at least I can give them all the content in a way that they can understand it. And in the process of sharing that with other people maybe helps them heal or helps them in some way, then, you know, that's something I'm open to do. I don't know how it'll end up.
Well, this is such a twisted timeline. I mean, we're coming off a few days since the 5-year anniversary of authorities discovering the remains of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan. You had to identify JJ. I know how hard that was, but could you explain how that process came about and you had to step up?
So I had just gotten married, and we were about to fly out for our honeymoon, and we were in Salt Lake, and just woke up that morning and I looked at my wife and I just said, would you be open to going up to Rexburg today? Because I had seen that some people have been putting stuff over by the fence where they found the kids, and I wanted to go put JJ loved suitcases. So I wanted to go put
Oh my gosh. I've never heard this story from his mouth before. So I'm warning you in advance, I'm going to be emotional about this. Because this has to be one of the hardest things that you have to do as a human being. And Kay and Larry couldn't do it, and he stepped up to identify JJ's remains, and that has to be one of the hardest things.
I know. When I didn't realize that either, Joe, until I saw this myself yesterday or last night, whenever it was I saw it, when long after it came out. And I thought, man, that alone shows this man's integrity and love for, and the things he knew about Tylee and JJ. I was like, damn. He knew that he loved them, right? And Charles, and it just really, it was very emotional. I will say that. You're right. It's a lot to take in, and that he was able to go and do that and be strong. But you know what he did? He leaned on his faith for all of that. And that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Because God will give you the strength to do the hardest, absolute hardest thing on earth you could ever imagine you would have to do. And I know this from experience, and it's hard to do at the time, but if you lean into your faith, if you have any at all, whatever that spiritual guidance may be, that in reality, that's what gets you through, not drugs and alcohol or anything like that. It's that. And I can attest to that. So I totally get where Brandon's coming from. And I'm so glad he had that strength to draw from, because he absolutely needed it, right? At the worst time. Yeah. And to do that for Kay and Larry, man, that's a bond right there they could never break, that nobody could ever, you know, that's an absolute bond.
And such a hard thing to do. Like he literally just, so the trial we just watched, his wife at the time, Melanie Boudreaux Pulowski, conspired with Lori and Alex to kill him.
Can we say hello, Cresha? Welcome in, hun. Sending you lots of love and light.
Oh.
Like, I'm a little overwhelmed to see her, so I'm sorry, but yeah, I love you, girl.
Cresha, good to see you in here. Doomsday, Brandon Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Crusher, that's killer. Like it's
Oh man. Huh. That's
so heavy.
wow. It is heavy, and it just shows how much this case has touched everybody, right? That's even if you didn't follow from the actual very beginning when they disappeared, or if you did, if you didn't, whenever you came into it, you start to carry that with you. And because of Kresha and Megan, we've actually gotten to know these victims on that level, right? And we appreciate them for showing that side to us because it's important. Because so many times these victims get lost in these cases and it becomes all about the defendant, and that's not fair. It's just not fair. So them, holding that out there and keeping their names out there and keeping it alive for them is just so commendable. You go, girl. You got this.
Yeah. And we're all here for you. 100%, Kresha. We're here for you.
Absolutely. I think she feels the love from the community. I hope she does. I feel like she does. She speaks like she does. I don't want to speak for her, but I feel that she feels it. And yeah, just feel it, girl, because it's there for sure.
Yep. All right. Do this.
He was just infatuated with him, so I wanted to put a little suitcase up there for him. And Tylee had a Taco Bell order she always ordered, so I wanted to go put a little Taco Bell up for her. And so that was kind of my intent when I woke up, was to I felt like I should go up there, so I was going to make a long drive, and she was super supportive, my wife was, and so I thought, we'll go just drop that off before we fly out later that day. And then got a call from Larry and Kay, and Larry was not feeling well, and he was telling me that someone needed to identify JJ. And when I got there to go talk to him about it, he couldn't even get out of bed. It was just, I could just see the pain all over his face, and I couldn't make him do that, so I just told him I would do it. I just said, I know him. I know that little boy, and I just said I can do it. So I went and I did it.
It wasn't that simple though. He said, I knew that little boy, and I went and I did, and I went and I did it, and that was it.
It's like the way he said that, I knew that little boy, that melted my heart. That's like such a traditional thing to say, and the way he said it, it made you know he knew those kids, and he's going to talk about that a little bit. And that really got me, man. This whole thing was emotional to watch, but at the same time, it was releasing because I felt Brandon was finally able to speak his piece, right? He was so good about protecting the case, right? And rightfully so. And now he was able finally to come out and speak his piece and thank everybody for their support. And so commendable, man. Such a good guy. And it kind of gives you a little insight. Charles wouldn't have hung out. They were so close. I feel like with the way that Kresha and her family speak of Charles, and the thing we know in the videos we see of Charles, unfortunately, there were body cam, videos. He and Brandon were a lot alike, I think, with that family first, you know what I mean? And that strong faith. So it kind of gives me a little bit of insight into Charles too, if that makes sense.
Yep. Yep. And just how hard that had to have been, and for him to summarize it like he did in just like 2 sentences, that there were more 2 sentences going on in his heart and in his head. There were more than 2 sentences.
Yeah. But that shows his strength. I know he's probably handled it in his way, and between his faith and his wife being there for him. Yeah, he's worked through it, I'm sure, but it's not easy to talk about. My God, could you imagine? It's not easy to talk about, but
no, I can't. I actually can't imagine.
And I just said I can do it. So I went and I did it.
That has to be the hardest thing you've ever done in your life.
I mean, some things are just really uncomfortable, and that's not a memory that I don't ever want to remember him like that. So I choose not to, I try not to think a lot about it or dwell in it. That's just not a place that I want my mind to go.
And we've talked about this before as far as accountability. Never have we seen Lori or Chad Daybell show any remorse for what they've done. And we talk about the factors of whether money or religion, but is it this believed higher purpose that they think they have that blinds them from what they've done?
I try not to think too much about any of it as far as that stuff goes, because I don't know that I'm ever going to find real meaning in
This summarizes it right here. It's like do you think you can find any deeper meaning in what Chad and Lori did? And he's like, no, I don't think any of us will ever find that. Like, I love the way he summarizes this.
Yeah, and he's so right.
And keep in mind, this is an LDS, like a devout, faithful LDS man. And he's saying, I have no idea what the hell they were doing. Like, I have no way to justify anything that they did ever in terms of LDS religion, doctrine, whatever you want to call it, dogma. They were way off the deep end. And this confirms it. I love this.
Never have we seen Lori or Chad Daybell show any remorse for what they've done. And we talk about the factors of whether money or religion, but is it this believed higher purpose that they think they have that blinds them from what they've done?
You know, I try not to think too much about any of it as far as that stuff goes, because I don't know that I'm ever going to find real meaning. And I don't think that they deserve a lot of my thoughts other than to protect future people. You know, they deserve to spend the rest of their lives dealing with the consequences that they have. And if they do ever find that space, I hope they can figure out a way to try to start making amends to all the terrible decisions that they made.
What was it like for you to watch Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo, Detective Ryan Pillar take the stand and really serve all of the evidence on a platter for the jury?
Just felt gratitude for the work that they put in. You know, nobody knows how many hours those guys put in to get to that little bit of time that they spent on the stand. They don't get a lot of gratitude when you work in that line of work anymore. And so I felt a lot of gratitude to them for the hours that they put in and the effort that they put in, and that they were thorough and that they did a good job so that everyone could see all the things that happened, you know.
Lori chose not to cross-examine Hermosillo. Was that going through your mind? Like, why would she not go up there and defend herself, or at least try to poke holes in his testimony? Was it a good sign that she did it on your behalf?
You know, the good thing is I'm not an attorney, so I can't tell you. It seemed to work out for this situation. That's my thought.
Are you glad that she represented herself in court rather than trusting a legitimate public defender?
Like I said, it worked out. So, I mean, from that standpoint, I would have preferred not to have been questioned by her, but I'm grateful it worked out.
Of course. How much credit does Charles Vallow deserve for the justice that has been served for everyone?
All of it.
All of it.
He tried to get us all the information much earlier, and you know, each of us had different reasons why we weren't helping him more, and he lost everything. So, all of it.
Do you remember the last conversation you had with him before he was murdered?
I do.
I gotta replay that.
Yeah, that's heavy.
It is so heavy because we weren't giving him the help that he asked for. Basically, is what he just said.
Yeah, and that's part of that guilt he probably carries, and that they didn't know they just didn't know.
Yeah, how can you possibly, like, in your wildest imaginations, imagine Charles getting murdered by Alex if you don't step up and take him seriously? Like, how in your wildest imaginations, how can you possibly imagine that's the consequences of you just like not taking him seriously?
Yeah. I think that they probably did take him seriously, but they didn't know what to do, and they felt like maybe he was taking care of it or trying to get it handled through the system, right? Through the courts, trying to get her ordered into therapy or whatever to be evaluated or whatever Charles was trying to do, all the different things he was attempting to do. I don't know if they just felt like, what else can we do? Or life was in the way of their own, there's a lot. And I just hope he doesn't carry a lot of guilt, because I think they've all made Charles proud in the long run. Do you know what I mean? I think that he's probably proud of each and every one of them.
Yeah. And I don't, until someone gets unalived. So Charles was the first, right? He was the first in that domino.
Yeah.
Of all of the unalivings. It was Charles, then it was Tammy, and it was JJ and Tylee. And I mean, unless you go back to Joe Ryan, and that was that we don't know. That was investigated twice.
Yeah.
Right.
So it wasn't charged with him. But yeah, you're right. That timeline is correct. And Charles was first. And he tried to sound all the alarms, and we saw that with our own eyes, him calling the police and then showing up at Lori's and trying to get JJ. And it was just horrible that he wasn't listened to. But I don't know exactly who to blame for that, but I will never blame Brandon. I will never blame.
Right.
I blame the authorities for not acting when he was trying to tell them. That's what I think. If there's anybody to blame, it's like there's not enough help when someone like Charles comes forward with with a story like that, if they want to call it that, and shows there was nothing about him that was unbelievable or vindictive. Like, this is a vindictive man trying to get at a woman. It doesn't matter what you think. You need to investigate it regardless and see if it is what you think. Whatever it is.
Right. And I
There's not
honestly
enough.
thought
Yeah, go ahead.
Officer Rob did a pretty good job of like getting into it and like paying
But I don't know
attention
if
to
it
it and
was like
taking it seriously.
well, the resources that are available, like through the court system, to make Lori go be evaluated, to give him temporary emergency custody of the children while this is happening. Nobody was listening on that end. He said he has court documents. He was trying to get things done, but was he being heard through that part of the system? I think that might have
Right.
been the failure. That right there could have been the failure.
Yep, there you go. And we all saw that video where she was interviewed for the evaluation. And like right away, like in the first 2 minutes, that guy says, "I don't think you're a threat to yourself or to other people." Right? Do you remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
I think that may have been Chandler, it may have been Gilbert. I don't remember who it was. But how can you make that determination? Number one, if
Well,
you're
when she
not
comes in,
a licensed,
she comes in all bubbly, Lori, and oh my God, this man just hates me, blah, blah, whatever her play is at that moment. You know what I mean? Thinking she can win the room with her smile and her, her funky hair. And it probably worked, but it's worked for her for years. That play has worked for Lori for many years. Why change it up? If it works, it works. And those it doesn't work on, oh my God, they're dark. Crazy lady.
Yeah.
But thank goodness,
Right.
I hope Brandon doesn't carry a lot of guilt. I hope none of them do, because literally, what else could you have done? Maybe they supported a little more, but who's to say? You cannot go back and question yourself like that over and over once a tragedy does happen. And Lori, I'm talking about real family tragedies, the victims' families, that tragedy. You can't, and I know from experience, you cannot second guess every move you made. What could I have done differently in that moment? Could I have made a better decision? Should I have done this? You gotta process that as best you can and put it down and leave it there, because you're
Yeah,
never gonna. You will.
so tough to do. That's so tough to do, isn't it?
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, I
I
know you
know.
know.
I'm not serious. I'm not telling you it happens overnight. It takes a while, but you'll get there if you make that your goal, right? Because sometimes you have to just put it out of your head at some point.
Yeah.
And you get there gradually. There's no timeline to grief and processing, right? There's not. It could be 3-4 years in before that happens. And I know, because I've been through that process for 20 years now. So I understand there's a lot of different processes you do go through and steps you go through. And I know there's no timeline, right? But you've got to, when those feelings like that are overwhelming, the what could I have done, try to process them and realize there's literally nothing more you could have done so many times, right? And yeah. So I hope they don't carry a lot of guilt. Sorry,
No,
my grandson's in the
yeah.
background being noisy on his game, so I'm going to mute.
I love grandkids. I love them. Make
Yeah,
all the
he
noise you
didn't.
want.
He didn't want to go off with his dad today. He wanted to stay home with me. No, not really with me, but
Aw.
with that game and all his little friends.
Right.
That's what it was. He just pretended it was me. So it's all good.
They
He's
don't get a lot of gratitude
self-sufficient,
when you
so
work
I'm good.
in that line of work anymore. And
Nice.
so I felt a lot of gratitude to them for the hours that they put in and the effort that they put in, and that they were thorough and that they did a good job so that everyone could see all the things that happened.
Lori chose not to cross-examine Hermosillo. Was that going through your mind? Like, why would she not go up there and defend herself, or at least try to poke holes in his testimony? Was it a good sign that she did it on your behalf?
The good thing is I'm not an attorney, so I can't tell you. It seemed to work out for this situation. That's my thought.
Are you glad that she represented herself in court rather than trusting a legitimate public defender?
Like I said, it worked out. So, I mean, from that standpoint, I would have preferred not to have been questioned by her, but I'm grateful it worked out.
Of course. How much credit does Charles Vallow deserve for the justice that has been served for everyone?
All of it.
All of it.
He tried to get us all the information much earlier, and each of us had different reasons why we weren't helping him more, and he lost everything. So all of it.
Do you remember the last conversation you had with him before he was murdered?
I do.
What was that like?
It was personal. It was, he's a good man. I'll say that.
Oh my gosh.
Your wife Jenny commented yesterday outside the courthouse that she's just grateful for you, being here, and she's been by your side every day in the courtroom. How did you even explain this backstory to her, and how quickly did she understand not to hold this against you? And now you guys are here married for years.
She's the biggest blessing that God's given me. I can't speak for her how she decided, but she married me knowing that these things were going on, and chose me, and continues to choose me. And for that, I'll have gratitude for the rest of eternity.
You did so much, not just to
That's
protect
a Mormon
yourself,
thing.
but protect your.
I will have gratitude for the rest of eternity. So time and all eternity. When you're married in the temple, you are married for time and all eternity. So when he said that, that's another reflection of his faith. And I'm not making a judgment one way or the other. I'm just saying that's an LDS thing. That's a Mormon thing.
And that's totally fine. It just shows his good character, man. There's nothing. Look, I think there are a lot of good people out there who are LDS who do live right and by whatever LDS mainstream standards are. And, then you have the offshoots, but Lori and Chad are a whole different breed. They were, unfortunately the LDS community has had a lot of weird offshoots and compounds being built and things look at Warren Jeffs, like I said earlier, and was Chad trying to go down that path, but you can't blame the entire religion as a whole and people like Brandon who didn't conform to that stuff, right? So it can't reflect bad on them just because they had. Charles was LDS, he had the same beliefs as Brandon.
Right.
So
I'm playing with my lights. I got to figure out the lights. Yellow's
yeah,
not
you are. I
good.
thought I was just like having a flashback from the 80s. I thought, man, what the heck's going on here?
I got to figure out the lights.
No, you're good.
All right. Let's keep going with this interview. This is a good interview with Justin Lum. So Justin Lum is a regional Emmy Award winner. So they have Emmy Awards for regional news reporters and national news reporters. So he's a regional Emmy Award winner for the Southwest US. So he does great work, and he's one of my benchmarks. Like when I go and research documents and I find them online, I try and post them before Justin Lum. If I can get the scoop before Justin Lum, I consider that a victory. And I did a few times on this one. I scooped Justin Lum. I did a few times here. But court documents are documents. The verdict and the interview, this interview is awesome with Brandon. I love this. And thank you, Justin, for providing this for us.
Your kids, when this was all going on, how are they doing now getting older, and as they learn more about you, just what is that like?
I try to keep this out of the limelight for my kids. I did this because most people don't know this, but you're the first person who saw when all this was going on, and you reached out and tried to help us when we were really worried, to get it up into a place where people heard about it, because when this first broke, we were still hopeful that maybe there was some chance the kids could be found. And so for me, with my kids, my hope is that they just get to know me, like I said, as a dad, as seeing me in my different family roles and in that part of life. And I hope this is something they discover or talk a lot about later. I try not to make it something that's in their life right now, because I don't think that they need that. They just want to feel like normal kids, just like everybody else.
I'm sure they're going to look up to you a lot when they really get the whole story and they're old enough to understand and see what you went through. I think they already probably love and respect you so much, but that is going to be something where they, that's your legacy of, bravery that they take with them as they get older. But going back to Charles, someone that also really fought to sound the alarm, did you already know something was wrong when he was shot and killed? And in your head, were you just questioning, this doesn't seem right, something happened that is criminal?
Yeah, I didn't have as much evidence as other people had. But yeah, you don't see that. I mean, everybody who's seen the facts, all of us had little parts of it back then, but like, it just didn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense that if you knew Charles, you knew he would never hurt Lori, no matter what.
Yeah, so this is a good point. This is a good question. Because we know our dear friend Kresha Easton, with difficult research, has been researching this from July 12th, 2019 to current day. And Justin asks Brandon, did you know from that moment? And Brandon doesn't clearly answer the question. I'm not saying that in any kind of a disparaging way, but he says, if you knew Charles, you knew that he would never hurt her. And I think that's probably pretty much the way that Kresha felt. Like there's something funky going on here that we need to look into more. And Kresha has been looking into it more since that day coming forward. And I've only been deeply invested in this case since last December, the December 5th hearing for Lori to be deemed competent to assist in her defense, and then the December 6th hearing to represent herself pro per. But Kresha has been in this deep diving since July 12th, 2019, the day after Charles was murdered by Alex. So Brandon confirms this for us. The rest of the family looks inward at this thing that happened in Chandler and is like, there is something not right here.
Yeah.
So this is a good question by Justin Lum. I like this question.
If you knew Charles, you knew he would never hurt Lori, no matter what. He would never hurt Tylee. Like that man was he was as good as they came. He spent his whole life, literally his whole life, taking care of other people, working hard and being a man who tried to provide. And the man that I knew for the time that I knew, he tried really hard to be a good Christian man and follow Christ. And so, for a lot of us, it just didn't make any sense. We couldn't believe at all that the story that was being told about him doing the things that they said he was doing. So, we didn't have the evidence that police had. We didn't have you don't get a lot of that information they can't share with you, because even if you're close to the story, they have to keep integrity for investigation. So for us, I think that's my answer is anybody who hears and starts to look into things can feel right away that something's wrong with it. And he deserves to be remembered that way, not the other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, initially it sounds crazy to anybody, whether you're police or not. You two were labeled dark spirits. I mean, how did you grasp being called that, and how confusing was it?
I spent my time trying to focus on my kids and trying to avoid it. And then when it couldn't be avoided, I tried to do my best to follow the law, right? And just understand what the rules said I could do and couldn't do. And then I did my best to follow those things and use the tools that we have as a society to keep me and my kids and us safe. That's what I tried to do.
You head into this Father's Day weekend with a big weight off your shoulders. I can see that. You have justice, maybe some closure before sentencing. How differently do you look at life these days?
I still think I look at the same. I'm grateful that we have a society that we live in and a place we live in where we have some tools that if you don't want to do evil or terrible things, you have a way to get some safety and some protection. And even though it may not be perfect, at least we have that. There's a lot of places that don't have a system like that where they can get some of that closure and some of that. And I have the same goals I had when I woke up October 1st, to be a good dad, to love my kids, to raise them, to be good citizens, and to find joy in their lives, and to try to be a good husband, to try to be a good son, and each of those roles that you have in life, and try to go work hard and earn money in an honest way. So that's just my goal. That's what I want to be.
You definitely feel that relief, and you're ready to start this new chapter. What's your message to everyone who has been rooting you on and waiting for this final trial to conclude with justice?
Just thank you. Go support Colby. He could use the support. He's a good man. He's trying to figure his life out, and be a big fan of his. He's a good man.
Everyone involved and affected. Yeah, you guys have all united and bonded.
Yeah, good point. Support Kay. Support all the people that you've fallen in love with. Find out ways you can support them and go support them. influence them to keep doing good in the world. That's my message. Keep doing good. Don't let this be something that is the negative that already happened. Let's make it into a positive.
Who I didn't know who it was, at the time.
All right, let's go back to the beginning of this. That was a good interview between Justin and Brandon. Now we have one between Nate Eden and Officer Rob. And Officer Rob was the first one on the scene at the shooting in Gilbert. And she's also the one that responded to Charles' call at the hotel, like back in, I think it was early July, like immediately preceding his death. And I honestly, I love Officer Rob. Like, I think she is a good police officer that is intent on doing her duty and helping people. And she tried to help Charles, and she tried to help Brandon to the best of her ability.
Yeah, I liked her too. I felt like she was listening, because she was not blowing Charles off, and she didn't blow Brandon off either time. And it was just weird that, both times she was the officer that met with those guys, right?
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
That's
And then,
like so bizarre.
yeah. And so she was always, in my book, one of the good ones, that listened. And, she's only able to offer help according to the law, right? So as far as what she was able to do on scene and listen to Charles and all the things. So I don't blame her for anything that did or didn't happen. You know what I mean? But I felt like she was one of the, at least she listened, and she didn't never come across as blowing them off at all.
No, not at all. I wonder if I can find that body worn cam like real quick. I think we do. I think I may be able to. Yes, this is it. I got it. This was January 31st. We're going to watch that first before we watch Nate Eden's interview with Officer Rob. So Officer Rob was a key witness in this trial, in this last trial, because she was the first officer from the Gilbert PD on scene after he called 911 after somebody shot at him out of the back of that Jeep, and he drove around halfway around the block, and then he watched them drive all the way around the block, and then he followed them but did the loop back to his house. Like, she's the first one that showed up there. So we're gonna, but before that, back in January, we have an incident at a hotel in Gilbert where Charles Vallow is requesting assistance, and she shows up for that. So let's show that.
So is she in there?
What's going on? Why is she here and you're not here, or are you staying here with her?
Long story. She's had kind of a break from reality. She thinks you're LDS?
Yes.
She thinks she's married Schmoe.
Are you LDS? So he's trying to explain how wacky she is related to normal standardized LDS religion.
They don't let me in there.
Probation, and she knows when the second coming is happening next year, so does the prophet.
Okay.
He knows it, she knows about it. She be so far on Jesus Christ, face to face in the temple every day. I've tried to support her as much as I could, but it's gotten really, really bad lately. She's had a break. She says, I'm Nick Snyder. I've taken over Charles's body, and Charles will get killed. I'm going to kill you. You're going to be murdered today or tomorrow. I can do it. I'm out there with my priesthood, with my power. She does priesthood blessings. She does.
So who's Nick Snyder? Okay.
That's who I'm supposed to do.
Okay. Right. Okay. So he's not at church. He's not.
She took my truck from here. So thanks, she took my truck from the airport last night when I flew in. She canceled my flights. I had to buy another ticket. I took them back home. I've got a 6-year-old with special needs.
Right. And he stays at school somewhere.
Right.
Okay.
For now, if she knows I'm here, she's gonna go get it.
Okay. What car? What is she driving?
A black Infiniti QX80.
And you've looked all through the parking lots. Okay. All right.
You have the license plate on that?
It's KDM 62 or 63 or 67. It's handicapped. Okay.
Here it is.
And I don't know where she put my truck. She took $35,000 in cash out of our account yesterday. Payroll. I mean, I just never thought she could do anything like this, but she's just lost touch with reality. I'm not me. She yells. She's unhinged. It's scared the crap out of me.
Okay. Now, I'm assuming you guys have phones. Is that an iPhone?
Yes.
Are you able to track to see where her phone is right now?
The phone's
Her
right here with me.
iPhones.
The phone's with me.
Oh, your phone. Now, how did you get her phone?
Because it was in the car this morning when she brought up the school. I took the keys out of her purse out so she couldn't leave. That's when I called you guys.
Okay.
Somehow she has a set of keys in left with my dog. And so I don't know where I saw this in her purse. I don't think she's here. They wouldn't give me a key to the room. I was going to go, if you guys will come with me, see if she's in the room.
We can't just go in. If you're not allowed to go in, we can't either. We can just. Okay, that's going to be up to them if they allow you to go in. Now, we can't. Now, you guys are married, so there shouldn't be. No, we're waiting for right now. What we're doing is my sergeant wanted to get some information from you. I was about to call you, but then Gary said you were here. We are just going to wait a second. My sergeant, they're on their way because we have a sergeant training. So they're going to be here. They have the paperwork. So if she is here, we knock on the door. She's here. That's why we need the paperwork in hand. Okay, so we can take her.
Tell me again real quick.
We're here.
What's her first name? Lori.
So just a quick note, 2 quick notes. First of all, this is the same Officer Rob that just testified in Brandon Boudreaux's conspiracy, Lori's conspiracy to murder Brandon Boudreaux trial, and was a really good witness, very strong, very knowledgeable. But she's also
like
the one
your aunt. She's like your aunt,
right?
You know what I mean?
Right.
She's like that trusting aunt you can go to. That's her.
Right. Yep. But this is in January. So this is February, March, April, May, June, July. This is like 5.5, 6 months before. No, that was October. So this is January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, like 9 months before the attempted murder of Brandon. So it's so crazy that she's the same officer that responds to both. Like, that's crazy to me. But it's her.
It really
It's the
is.
same
It's
one.
wild, isn't it? That it's such a coincidence in this case. But yeah, thank goodness for her that she's able to come and testify in this case, and uh, yeah, she's a good lady, good cop.
She is.
Good-
Yep.
Overall, good cop, and we don't get to talk about that often, Joe. We should
Right?
take. I tried to fix that video, by the way, this morning. We'll see if it's fixed. But since we have the opportunity to point out good police enforcement people, this is the time. It's an
Yeah.
inside. Yeah, guys.
She's one of them. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's important because we hear so much about, bad situations, bad investigations and things of that nature. And to see a good one at play, it's good because they're not all bad. All cops aren't bad. All investigations aren't bad. Sometimes they're very thorough and very good. And we should, acknowledge that when it happens. So she's a good cop. She knew what to ask. She knew what to pay attention to. She knew not
In
to go in
both
there
cases.
biased and thinking
Yep.
that this is spouses going at one another situation. She gave it a fair shot.
Yep. In both cases, like 8, 9
Yeah.
months apart. Yeah.
I mean, she figured out in Brandon's, I think this might have been a real gun, guys. Get over here. We got some investigating to do. She wasn't playing at that point. This was real.
Yep.
And
And
she did a good job.
yeah. That's when his knees went all wobbly and he was like, what the what?
Yes. Yeah, it finally hit. I think it hit them both at the same time. Damn, this was that close, right? And that had to hit him hard because in the moment he's just trying to get help. What the heck just happened? And then when he processes and says it out loud, I think that's when it hit him really, oh my God, and Charles, and now that.
Yeah.
That's a lot to take in that moment when it's already probably going through your mind. What? I couldn't imagine that feeling.
And then how do I convince other people of what I believe to be true might
Right.
be
When
true?
okay. And knowing that he knows how hard it was for Charles, and now he's experiencing the same thing, and he's really taken aback by everything Charles was telling him. Right now, it's all making sense. And that's a lot to take in, and it's a lot
And
to admit that is happening.
Yeah, and making sense in a bad way, and making sense in like,
Yeah.
oh shit, I need to get out of here, and I need to get my kids out of here as soon as I can.
Yeah, that's because he knew the background better than anybody. The Lori's kids were gone. Charles was gone. It was a matter of time. They just tried to take him. Matter of time before they honed in on those children. He did everything like he should have done it. Thank goodness. And that's only because of what happened to Charles, in my opinion. Sorry, a loud vehicle. I think that was his forewarning right there. Look what happened to Charles. If it can happen to Charles, and it almost just happened to me, I got to get these kids and get out of here. And I don't blame him.
No, that's what stopped the cycle. Him doing that is what stopped the cycle. Alex missing him and him realizing how dangerous of a situation that was, and that him and his 4 kids were in danger, was what stopped the cycle. Otherwise, who knows?
And I'm just going to say, I can't help but feel that Charles was just up there steering that ship. Go get her, guys.
Yeah.
Have at her. Oh, boy.
Hmm.
So, yeah.
Lori. And tell me again about the vehicle. It's a black Infinity QX80. And try that license plate again.
KDM
62.
It's KDM something.
KDM 62,
Yeah,
63,
something like this.
67.
Handicap plate.
Handicap. Is it registered to you?
Yes.
Spell your last name again.
V as in Victor, A-L-L-O-W.
Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. That's an SUV that you're describing, right? Okay, I know what it is.
I'm going to go check and see if I can go in there, and I'll be right back. Okay, sir?
Okay. Also find out if they'll give you permission to go into that room.
So we're not sure if she's here or not. He's thinking that he would be able to get in the room, and that's what we've got going on. All right. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you a gist. What it's the building west.
Wait, I have a that tour at 10 o'clock.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Oh no, I can't do police work. I've got a tour.
He went back in to find out whether or not they'll give him permission to enter into that room. He's not going to the room.
That cracks me up.
He's just
Lord forbid he calls him and tells him he has to cancel.
Right.
So
let me just I'll meet you over there. I'm just going to tell him because he's
And tells him he has to cancel.
Right.
let me just I'll meet you over there. I'm just going to tell him because he's
What the heck?
What's going on? Oh shoot, we
What
got portaled. We got to close that damn thing soon.
We were in the Matrix. We were in the Matrix for just a second.
I wasn't sure what was going on. I've never had that happen before.
Oh goodness. StreamYard. Where did StreamYard go? There we go. It almost disappeared on me. Yeah, I have we have an interview between Nate and Officer Rob that I'd really like to watch. So we're going to do that next. I thought she was a stand-up witness. Like, That was one of the first jury questions we had, was to her, that said, and I think it may have been the first juror question, was, is it harder or easier to shoot if you're hunting with a rifle? Is it harder to hit a target further away or closer up? And she was like, closer up, especially if you have a scope.
Right.
And-
Interesting question.
Yes, it was. And that was juror number 5. And juror number 5 was interviewed by Lauren with Hidden True Crime last night. We're not going to watch that.
They probably didn't know enough about the firearm type. You know what I mean? Not everybody knows about firearms, and that's okay. To know what that would be like as far as visibility, you know, from a distance or whatever. So that was a good question for someone who may not have known.
Right.
Trying to put that together in their mind, right? So I appreciate questions like that if they're just trying to work that out in their head.
Absolutely. All right. So when she answered his question, he actually like nodded his head like, yes, what you're saying to me resonates with me, type of thing. I didn't see it. Somebody else told me that. So I may have to go back. Oh, wait, we don't have camera of the jury. So we have to rely on in the courtroom eyewitness testimony. But it makes sense. Totally makes sense. This is an interview with Nate Eaton and Officer Rob from 16 hours ago. So last night.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Friday. The weekend is here. I'm Nate Eaton. Thanks for being with me tonight on Courtroom Insider, our final show from Phoenix, at least for this trial. I'll be back in a few weeks for the sentencing, and we'll do a couple of Courtroom Insiders, but we are winding down here. I'm so glad that you've watched over the past few weeks, including this trial and the other trial. And boy, we have a packed program tonight. I'm so glad that you're here. Some of the things we're going to go over in just moments. Justin Lum from Fox 10 Phoenix will be here. He wrapped up an interview with Brandon Boudreaux this afternoon. He's going to give us a little preview of it and what he had to say. Also, Prosecutor Rachel Smith reacts to the verdict.
He actually put out just the clip of that interview alone this morning.
Say that again.
This morning, he dropped an individual video, or it was overnight, one of the two, with just the Marianne's interview in it. And then he dropped another segment with just Rachel's interview in it that came from this same overall interview. So like you could just play that complete segment.
Yep. I jumped ahead. If you go 22 minutes up, we're in with Officer Rob.
Yeah.
Now she's doing something pretty interesting. It's separate from the trial, but to help other officers who experience unique or bizarre or unusual situations. I'd never heard of it before. Reached out to Marianne today. She said, yeah, I'd love to talk. Come on over.
That's
so here
amazing.
is our interview. All right, well, here I am with Marianne Robb. If you watched the Lori Vallow Daybell trial with Brandon Boudreaux over the past week or so, you saw her on the stand. She's also been in some body camera police videos that have been released over the years. And she's one person who I've been really interested in interviewing just because of those videos and because she was involved in this case and also once she took the stand and testified. So Marianne, so good to see you.
Well, thank you.
Ms. Robb, I should say. You're now retired from the police department, over 30 years in law enforcement, so you saw a lot.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Did you ever see anything like this case?
Not at all. This was a very interesting case.
Let's go back to when you first got involved. It was actually while Charles Vallow was still alive, right?
That is correct. Yeah.
What happened? Tell me about that.
Well, we got a call of a gentleman that was at one of our hotels in Gilbert, just off of Val Vista and the freeway. And he wanted us to do a welfare check on his kids and his ex-wife, Lori Vallow. So I get to the scene and I had my partner there and our sergeant was on his way. And I spoke with this gentleman later found out it was Charles Vallow. And he was explaining that his ex-wife had some mental issues and he was worried about his children's welfare with her. And supposedly she was staying at the hotel. He wanted us to go up to the hotel room, knock on the door, maybe go in, check the welfare of her and the kids. And I said, well, we can knock on the door, but we can't just go into a room. There's no reason for it. Well, we did a little bit more investigation, come to find out the kids were already in school. So we didn't have to worry about the kids. They were safe. And so we had to, where's Lori? Well, he was looking to do an involuntary committal on her because he felt that she had some kind of mental problems, if that's it.
Like religious delusions.
Well, that I didn't know.
Okay.
It was more, she just had mental breakdowns. And he just said that she is basically talking kind of weird, but I didn't know anything about this religious part on that. And he said he wants to get her help because, again, he's in fear of if his kids are living with him. Now, he did explain that he lives in Texas now. He was only coming here. He just got off a plane, went to Sky Harbor Airport, just got in from there, and that he was just checking on his kids and spend some time with them. So I explained to him that, no, we can't go up to the room. We can't just break in and check on her welfare. We can knock on the door, but that's it. I said, but there is another way. You can get an involuntary committal through the county, Maricopa County, and that's through Community Bridges, get an involuntary committal. If a psychiatrist signs off on it, we'll get the paperwork. We'll go. Now, she lived in Chandler. So we told them, when you get the paperwork, go to Chandler PD, and they will go to the house, pick her up, and they will do what they call a 72-hour hold or an evaluation on her. Mm-hmm. So when we talked about that, my sergeant arrived, and I basically let them take over the talking to Charles. Right. And I just stayed back. So I just know that he left. I know he was going to go down to Community Bridges to go get the involuntary committal. That's where he says he was headed. So that's as far as we went on that call with him. I never had any interaction with him again. I, again, had no idea who he was, who Lori Vallow was. Everything was happening in Chandler. And that was the only interaction I ever had with him.
Did it seem like kind of a routine call?
Yes, very.
Versus the calls you get all the time. It's he was worried about his wife. She needed mental help. You check on Tylee and JJ. They're okay. They're in school. And it was more like, this is what you need to do. Go do it.
Exactly. I was on the crisis intervention team, the CIT team. So I knew I would get a lot of these type of calls. And I knew that what he was asking for was an involuntary committal. Great. No problem at all. I explained the steps that he needed to take. And the last I talked to him, he was headed down to Community Bridges to fill out the forms and do what is necessary to get an involuntary committal for Lori.
Do you remember when you learned he had been killed?
Yeah, I did when I did the investigation with Brandon Boudreaux.
Okay, so let's fast forward to that.
Okay.
So that's in October. You're working and you get a call from dispatch saying someone's been shot at?
Well, yeah, it was shots fired. And they explained that the victim, who I didn't know who it was at the time, was driving home. And as he was about to turn into his driveway on a street, that there was a green Jeep that was parked on the roadway. And the victim saw the back window of the Jeep pop open, and he saw this long gun, this gun kind of coming out of the back of the Jeep, and then he heard a loud bang. Said that the victim, or reporting party, he drove west to the next street and then stopped. And when he did that, he saw the green Jeep go quickly past him, speeding past him down a couple of the side streets in this neighborhood. He followed the Jeep until the Jeep went south on one of the neighborhood streets to where the only place that could have been is it could have came out onto Pecos. So the reporting person said that he went back into his driveway and was waiting for the police at the time. Now,
and you're getting all this from the dispatch? This
is all coming from the dispatch. Now we're thinking, BB gun. What could it have been? It could, maybe a BB gun. Some kids maybe be out there. Not a paintball gun, but a pellet gun. We didn't know because he said something about his window shattering, but that was it. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's check it out. So I drove up to the house. He was kind of out on the phone. He was just about right on the street, just out on the street, maybe a couple feet from the sidewalk. So I get out of my patrol car, walk up to him, and I says, well, hey, what's going on? And he explained that what happened is he was coming back into his driveway, driving into the driveway, the green Jeep, the window go up. And then he said that he saw that it looked like a muzzle. So he didn't know if it was like a silencer or whatever. He just says he was like a muzzle. And then he heard a loud bang. And that's when the window shattered. Well, it freaked him out. He didn't want to go into his house. So that's why he sped off down south or west on his road and then parked on the next street over and just stopped and got on the phone and called 911 right away.
Yeah.
And that's when he said that the green Jeep passed him. Now, he knew they had Texas plates. Okay, great. Okay. And he followed the Jeep out to the just before his street that he lived on, Phelps. And he saw the green Jeep and he figured, okay, it's gone. It's long gone. And then that's when he went into, his driveway and basically waited for the police to arrive.
So you go over to the car, right?
Yes.
When you get there, you go to the car, and I think either you testified or I saw on the body camera footage where you said, I think this is the real thing. This is real, not a BB gun.
Oh, yeah. When I saw that bullet hole, no, it's not a BB
How big
gun.
was it?
I'm going to say it was I don't know. I didn't measure. I know the other guys measured, but maybe.
Size of a quarter?
No. Maybe a nickel.
Okay. A
little bit bigger than a nickel, but it definitely wasn't a quarter. And I looked at it, I'm like, okay, first of all, I knew this was definitely a rifle. It matched what he said. He described that was in the back of the Jeep.
Mm-hmm.
That was the long barrel. And then when I said, okay, and then you look.
She just said it's definitely a rifle.
Yep.
Which is interesting because that's the juror question was when you're hunting with a rifle. So I think that's pretty much been established now by people with experience, although not necessarily evidentiary wise, but we can all assume it was a rifle.
Yeah,
Yes,
in all probability,
exactly.
it was a rifle.
Right. And then when they served the search warrant on that townhome number 175, unit 175 in Rexburg, he had 5 or 6 rifles in there.
Yeah, he was a gun enthusiast for sure.
Yeah, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the hole in the Jeep or the Tesla frame. You're like, oh yeah, this is definitely a rifle round. When Lori asked me, well, how big do you think it was or what kind of caliber? Well, I shoot a 30-06. I shot a 7 mag, and I would say it's as big as I would say a 30-06 round. It was a pretty good size round.
And then when you tell him this is real, that's when you testify that he started to shake. I mean, he hit him, right?
It did. He was kind of listening to me. I was kind of talking in a way to talking to myself,
right.
talking to my camera and going, yeah, this is definitely a bullet hole. And I'm kind of doing everything. I didn't want to freak him out.
Right.
In time, we were going to talk about it. But right now, let me just do my investigation before I make any decisions, any assumptions. It's like, let's get the evidence. Let's see what I have. So I went and I'm kind of using my flashlight and I'm using my pen to try to see the trajectory, if I can say it right, of where the bullet bullet could have gone.
She has a problem with that word too. So, all right, y'all can stop making fun of me for having trouble saying the word trajectory because she just did too.
Yeah, it's funny.
It is. Trajectory. 4 syllables. It's not that hard, but it is for me.
And then when you tell him this is real, that's when you testify that he started to shake. I mean, he hit him, right?
It did. He was kind of listening to me. I was kind of talking in a way to talking to myself, talking to my camera and going, yeah, this is definitely a bullet hole. And I'm kind of doing everything. I didn't want to freak him out.
Right.
In time, we were going to talk about it, but right now, let me just do my investigation before I make any decisions, any assumptions. It's like, let's get the evidence. Let's see what I have. So I went and I'm kind of using my flashlight and I'm using my pen to try to see the trajectory, if I can say it right, of where the bullet could have gone. Which way did it travel through the car? Did it actually exit the car? So that's why I was using my pen just to kind of see which way it traveled. And I'm doing all that. And I'm like, yeah, so he's hearing me say this. Mm-hmm. So I told him, I says, hey, I'll be right back. I go to my patrol car. I get on the phone. I talk to my partner because we were sitting together when we got the call. And when I went and talked to him, I said, and you could hear it on the phone on my body cam, yeah, this isn't a BB gun. This is a bullet. Somebody did shoot at him. So I asked him if he'd come to the scene. We need to now make this a crime scene. We've got something. Again, still, I didn't know anything about Charles Vallow, Lori Vallow, whatever happened in Chandler. I didn't know any of this.
Right.
I just said, okay, what enemies do you have? Who did you make mad that they would try to do this to you? So get out of my patrol car or get back out. And my fellow officer, my partner, shows up and he's talking to Brandon. And I walk up and I'm, writing notes and everything. And that's when I said, we're all looking at the bullet hole and everything. And that's when Brandon says, I need to sit down. Because I'm asking him some questions. He goes, give me a minute. I just need a minute. And then he sits down. And I'm like, that's why I said, do you want a chair? Do you want me to call anybody for you? Do you want a bottle of water? What do you need? Because I think it was hitting him at that point. But I wasn't getting all excited. Oh my gosh, it's a bullet hole. And it almost hit you. I mean, it's only 2 inches above. That's not what I do. That's not what a police officer does in an investigation. We have to keep everything calm. Yeah. Do we have a possible attempted homicide? Yeah, I would say so. But you don't say that. We contact supervisors. We explained what we had. Supervisors showed up. We roped off the scene with crime scene tape. We were calling in detectives. We were calling in more officers to canvass the area, see if any of the neighbors had any door cameras or any kind of cameras on their house. So at that point, we knew we had a crime that occurred.
You said, do you have any enemies? And you remember what he told you?
A little bit. It's been a while, but I looked at the body cam, but he made a comment about his soon to be ex-wife, Melanie, and her aunt and brother, and they were mad about him helping Charles with a court case. And I think it was for the child custody.
Yeah.
So, and I'm like, okay. And he said, and then he explained how Lori and her brother, Alex Cox, killed Lori's husband, Charles. And I'm like, okay. And I said, where did this happen? He says, in Chandler. Okay. Still didn't hit me.
Yeah, you're not even thinking.
Not even thinking. I'm like, okay, it's Chandler.
Right.
Okay, great. Well, then I would say that next time I talked to him, he explained more about Melanie and her aunt, Lori Vallow, and Charles. And they started talking about the child custody of the kids. And that I want to say that Charles came in from Texas to go see his children. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, it hit me. Wait a minute, Charles Vallow came in from Texas to check on his kids. Oh, wow. And a light bulb finally went off. I'm like,
was it right there at that scene?
It was, but it was later. Yeah.
But you knew that morning.
Oh, I knew that morning. It was when I was talking to, went back. Detectives, everybody were there. So I was kind of, calming down a little bit and I was writing all my notes. But when he explained that to me, it was like, holy cow. I interviewed him and I don't remember how many months ago or how many weeks before that. I'm like, I talked to him. He's the one who wanted the involuntary committal on Lori and when she was staying in Gilbert. It floored me that this all happened. I don't remember how many months ago. I want to say maybe a couple of months ago.
Yeah, I think it was earlier in the year, like January, February, maybe.
Okay.
At least 6 months because he was killed in July.
Okay, must have been because I think I was wearing because when I interviewed him, I remember seeing body cam. I think I was wearing long sleeves.
So I think it was January, February.
Okay. So it hit me
9 months earlier.
Yeah, it blew me away. I'm like,
did you say anything to Brandon? Like,
oh no, yeah, that's something. No, I would never say that.
Right.
Because I might talk to my fellow officers off camera.
Right.
But there is no way in the world I would ever tell Brandon about that. There's no reason for it.
Right. So then you realize you responded to the Charles call. He's now dead. And now you're here at this scene, and it looks like this young man has been shot at and attempted to be killed. But at that point, you give it to the detectives?
Yes. Yeah. The supervisor said he assigned me to, after we set up the crime scene, Brandon had a friend come in, a couple of his business partners. So they arrived. And what we did was, because we had the crime scene and now the detectives are taking over, we had Brandon and his two friends move across the street.
So we found out throughout this process that Brandon's best friends were his business partners. So this is not unusual when she mentions that. Those were his best friends, were his business partners.
Onto the neighbor's lawn outside of the crime scene. So my job was just kind of just hang with them in case they needed anything or they had questions or anything like that. So I just sat with them or stood with them. And then detectives took over, and then I was pretty much done with the case. and they took over. So if the supervisor had a question for me, great, fantastic. But I was pretty much done with the initial. Now I'm sitting back, and in case anything is needed, that's when I would help them out, pretty much.
So do you remember when you found out that the children were missing, JJ and Tylee?
I don't remember ever getting that information.
Do you remember finding out that they were dead?
Oh gosh, yeah. I was sick because I knew that the investigation was before that happened. I knew that she moved up to Idaho and met this Chad Daybell guy, and then next thing you know, Chad Daybell's wife was killed, and then Chad and Lori got together, and I'm like, wow.
So
okay.
you're learning all this stuff.
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hearing this, and this was just maybe a month or so after Brandon's deal.
Right.
I'm starting because the name Vallow starts coming up. You hear on the news.
Right.
So I don't watch the news, but I would put it little blips. I would hear little blips on what's going on, and then you hear that the kids are missing, and I guess that Charles, I believe it was, or a family member, I think the grandmother, grandfather, was contacting Gilbert PD on some things. And of course, Chandler trying to look, where are the kids? I guess Lori said they were here in Arizona visiting.
Right, a friend, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it was just going crazy. So people were trying to contact this friend and everything else. I was not involved in any of those when they came to Gilbert for that. Okay. That was more North Gilbert. But I was just listening in. And then all of a sudden they said the kids are missing. And then they arrest Lori and Chad coming back from Hawaii and all. And I'm like, okay, this is screwed up. Something is wrong with this. And then you hear...
You think... This is screwed up. Something is wrong with this.
This makes our heads swim, doesn't it, ma'am? We get it.
Yeah, makes all of our heads swim.
Mm-hmm. Found the kids. And that was sickening. That was, I was sick. My heart just bled for the grandparents. Mm-hmm. And these poor kids. They're innocent little kids that never should have happened. So, you've got feelings. And as a cop, I have things that I wanted to say, but you can't say them. You can think them, though.
Right.
And I just felt really bad. The grandparents, why did they have to do that? Just give them to the grandparents. And that's it. And go.
Exactly.
Would have been so easy. We think, why didn't she? Like I said, they could have rode off into the sunset, lived happily ever after on a freaking beach in Hawaii, and left those kids at home with people who loved them.
Kay even asked for JJ to come back home.
Take them back, right? In a heartbeat. I think if Lori made it known I don't want either one of these kids, Kay would have said, then bring them both to me.
Yep.
Right?
100%.
Bring them both.
100%.
100%.
Yep.
Right.
So that compounds the evil that was the end result. That compounds it, because you didn't have to unalive JJ or Tylee. There were people that loved them, that wanted them, that would have taken them in under their wing. And no, you had to take them off to Hawaii with your stupid idiot goober husband. And yeah, it makes me so mad. Okay, I'm going to be done with this when I'm done with this. And so hang with me, because I'm processing through some stuff. And this interview with Officer Rob helps me to process it, because she's bringing up stuff that reminds me of how sick this all was.
Go live your life.
Megan said when you guys run your live, Joe, that you guys need, it's decompressing still. You're going through that, right? You got a lot to unpack with it and work through so that you can get there, right? So it's okay. It is what it is. And I think a lot of people feel that way right now.
Yeah. We're right there. We're right there on the edge of decompressing all of this. And I think that's where Brandon was yesterday or Thursday. I think he was right there on the edge. And then when he did the interview with Justin, that took him a little closer to the edge of being able to decompress all of this.
Yeah.
Wonderful life. Do whatever the heck you want to do. Just let these kids grow up and have their life.
Right.
So yeah, heard about that. She gets arrested. Chad gets arrested. And I'm like, great, fantastic. I never would have thought that we were going to have trials down here.
Really?
Because they were already found guilty. And again, in my line of work, I deal with tragedy and I deal with stress and all kinds of things every day. I don't want to watch the news. What's on the news? 99.9% is bad. You're lucky if you have one good, happy story. And that's not something I do. I would rather watch comedies. I'd rather watch other things on TV other than tragedy and news. So I just knew little blips that they were found guilty. She's now, 3 consecutive life terms.
Right.
Fantastic, great.
Yeah, so you weren't doing a deep dive following every detail on it.
No, I had no desire to do that.
So you find out she's found guilty of 3 life terms. He's sentenced to death. And you think,
good.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I did not know that. I thought he was still, I had no idea if his trial ever.
It happened. He went all the way to trial and a jury found him guilty and then gave him death penalty.
Good.
In Idaho.
She
up
is
for
not
death
a
penalty,
true
but
crimer.
They took it off the table because of some procedural type stuff.
Okay.
But so you're thinking, okay, they're doing the trials in Idaho. They won't.
You're on mute, Joe.
Come on, catch up with us, Officer Rob. Come on, catch up with us.
That's
We're
so
ahead of
funny.
you.
She's like, I'm not into all that. I'm like trying to. She lives that violence every day, right? As a cop, she's like, I'm going home to comedy relief and all
Right.
that. She's not
Exactly.
consuming true crime. Like, see, that shows you not everybody consumes it.
Yep.
They don't
Yep.
know. And she's all like, oh wow, he got that. She's all surprised here. So, and that kept her
That's
unbiased.
actually awesome. Yes.
Right.
100%.
Exactly.
Yep.
100%.
Hats off, Officer Rob. Hats off.
She's like, I'm not paying you conspiracy theorists on the YouTube no mind.
Bring it down here.
No, she's already
True
found
crime
guilty.
people.
And then I'm thinking, yeah, there were crimes here, but she's already found guilty. Why? I hate to say it, but why waste taxpayers' money bringing her here, letting her do a show here, basically, and not spend the rest of her life in jail up there in Idaho? Well, county attorney explained it, and it's totally understandable. I just wasn't looking at it that way. The family of Charles Vallow should get closure. They should see justice happen. Totally understand it. Brandon needs justice. He needs to see this all the way through and get closure. So
That is so powerful. That is so powerful because we all question, why do we need her to be extradited to Arizona? This is exactly why. Because we need justice and closure for all of the victims. We need it for Charles. We need it for Brandon. I love this from her. I love it.
Doing a deep dive following every detail on it.
No, I had no desire to do that.
So you find out she's found guilty of 3 life terms. He's sentenced to death. And you think,
good.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No, I did not know that. I thought he was still, I had no idea if his trial
It happened. He went all the way to trial and a jury found him guilty and then gave him death penalty.
Good.
In Idaho. She was up for death penalty, but they took it off the table because of some procedural type stuff.
Okay.
But so you're thinking, okay, they're doing the trials in Idaho. They won't bring it down here.
No, she's already found guilty. And then I'm thinking, yeah, there were crimes here, but she's already found guilty. Why? I hate to say it, but why waste taxpayers' money bringing her here, letting her do a show here, basically, and not spend the rest of her life in jail up there in Idaho? Well, county attorney explained it, and it's totally understandable. I just wasn't looking at it that way. The family of Charles Vallow should get closure.
Yes,
they should see justice happen.
They should.
Totally understand it. Brandon needs justice. He needs to see this all the way through and get closure.
Yes.
So I said, that makes total sense. I'm not looking at it that way. I'm looking at, this is going to be a circus for her. And it was, she was having a ball.
Yep.
And it was just that, okay. And I didn't really follow the case with her, with the murder of Charles, because that was Chandler. Again, I didn't really follow that one. And then when I got subpoenaed for Brandon's case, I says, okay, that makes total sense that I'll be in part of dealing with Brandon's case.
Right. And you've testified in trials before.
Oh, numerous, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So were you nervous at all, or?
I was a little bit, because it was 5 years ago. I've been retired almost 4 years, and I had to really look at my body cam. This was a weird case, and a lot of times officers will remember cases that are either weird or very stressful or very sad. Unfortunately, in the back of our mind, we remember certain cases. I remember the case, but I didn't remember specifics. So I really had to kind of study up on what exactly I did throughout that case.
And then you were able to do that when you heard she was her own attorney and would be cross-examining you. What did you think?
It was humorous. There are a lot of people that try to represent themselves, and it never works out. Whether it's traffic court or criminal court, it's kind of, I hate to say it, but I have to say it, and I can't, I'm retired. It's comical. These people have no clue on the law, and I don't know why they even think they can try to represent themselves. But again, Lori was definitely a different type person. And what she was doing was she had a smile on her face the whole time. She had this weird smirk on her face the whole time that she didn't care. She loved the limelight. She enjoyed that. She didn't care if she was probably convicted or not. She just was having a ball. And that kind of...
You know, but that also goes back to the fact that her father, Barry, was a... why did my mind just go blank on those people that think that they're above the law? Whatever it is. He went to prison because he tried to avoid paying taxes. So she's also in that same limelight, right? Sovereign citizens. That's what it is.
Sovereign citizens. That's what those people in Kansas claim that shot the two moms. You know, in their court cases. But yeah, it's some people do think they're absolutely above the law. It doesn't apply to them. And not to the same way it should everybody else, they feel. In Lori's case.
Kind of irritated me that they allowed her to basically for what, 2 months, about approximately 2 months of trial here in Arizona.
Combined, right?
Yeah, combined. That wearing regular clothes, wearing makeup, having her hair done, and just having a fun time in court. And you just kind of want to laugh in a way. You're like, this is entertainment almost for her. And you laugh because of what she's doing, and like you're gonna embarrass yourself in court. But you're pissed off that the taxpayers' money, and she is not sitting behind I don't know what jail cells are, maybe a 10 by 10 room, sitting there in a jail cell. No, she's parading around on TV and, you know, trying to represent herself on these cases.
It's interesting you said, because we couldn't see her face. We saw the back of her the whole time she was questioning you. So from your perspective as a witness, you're seeing her face. She was smiling at you?
Well, she was smirking. She had a smirk. She had this weird smirk on her face the whole time. And then she looked down.
She was trying to trip you up, or just it was just her pretending to be an attorney and doing...
That's it. She had no... In my own experience as a police officer for 34 years, dealing with hundreds of thousands of people, this was just a joke. I think she was oblivious to what was even happening. She was just in her own little world, and she just came up with questions that were simple questions on a few of them. She just looked at my police report. So she was just smirking and just going on like it was an everyday occurrence. It wasn't that. It just seemed like it wasn't that she was like, oh, I'm going to try to trip her up. I'm going to try to do this. It wasn't. I mean, all the questions were pretty much easy questions to answer. Or if I could look at, like she said, a pukey green card, I'm like, I don't remember saying pukey. And of course, look at my police report. It was green. It was no pukey. So she was just coming up with stuff. But of course, the hearsay, the county attorney objected to that, sustained, great. But no, I don't think she was trying to trip me up at all.
So what did you think when you heard that it took the jury less than 30 minutes?
13 minutes. That was a record. I want to say, now it might not be. It might even be.
But in your experience? In
my experience, that's a record. That it was that quick to get a conviction. But no, she had no witnesses, but there was no witnesses that she could even call that I know of.
Right.
So I heard it was just really quick on her part, and then the jury came back really quick.
Very short.
Yeah.
Why do you think people are so fascinated by this case? You've done cases for 34 years. You know, what is it about this one that has the whole world watching, and Netflix docuseries? And
I don't know. I'm not sure on that. It's kind of the Jodi Arias case. You know, everybody was all, no. That was a Mesa case. Actually, where I live, that was only a few miles from where I live in Mesa. But no, that was a Mesa case. It's like watching a thriller movie, if this makes any sense. And you might want to cut and paste this part because I'm really at a loss on this
because
one.
you yourself, you're
That's
not
so
into
funny.
it. This was
No,
your
and
job.
that's the
this was real
thing.
life.
Now,
You might want to cut and paste this part.
I was gonna
That's
say,
so
Joe,
funny.
not the cut and paste.
She's aware. She's aware of social media, and I
Oh
would love
yeah,
to interview her about
I
that.
know, right? She
Just
would be
the
so
social media
cool.
aspect of this. Yeah.
Absolutely. You know how I feel about that.
Now-
So
Maybe you don't know.
absolutely.
Yeah. I love this officer. Like I loved her in the Gibson January video footage. Like she was really trying to investigate what was going on. And her fellow officer was like, I have a tour to do. Like, what? You have a tour to do? And this guy is telling you that there's something more serious going on? No, go do your tour. All right. All right, buddy.
I don't know why they're into it.
no, I don't want to be part of this kind of thing. Like I said, I see so much drama, so much horrible tragedy at work. I don't want to come back. But I think people that don't deal with tragedy all day long for 34 years, this is a little excitement in their life. And I apologize. I don't mean to make anybody mad or, I'm not
Dissing them or
dissing the folks. I'm not doing any of that. I'm just, kind of looking at it as a police officer.
Yeah, you are. You're dissing me. I feel dissed.
No, I
Officer
don't
Vallow.
take offense to it at all, ma'am.
No.
I don't. It's my hobby. I can't help it. I own it.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I understand her perspective 100%, and it's actually a dichotomy that I struggle with internally within myself. Like, to be that social media person that gets the boots on the ground footage but you don't chase down the attorneys. You don't chase down Pamela Hicks and Mr. Abernathy. I couldn't clear it for them, but I couldn't chase them either. So it's an internal struggle still today.
Officer, I like happy stuff. I don't want the sad. Also, I think people made sure because of what she did to her kids and to Charles and to all these other people, they wanted to make sure that she got what she deserved, that the innocent folks got the justice. And it would have been great if she did get the death penalty. But I think they wanted to support the family of the kids, of Charles, of Brandon, and say, all right, good. She's going to get what she deserves.
Yeah.
But people love thrillers.
Right.
And this is like a movie. It's real life. It's craziness, but you don't, and I'm glad that there aren't these types of cases every year, every week. It's few and far between. At least at what we know, maybe somewhere there is a lot more cases like this, but I'm glad we don't have these kind of cases all the time. And it's sad that we even have to deal with these kind of cases. But, unfortunately, there's people out there that, oblivious to other folks. I don't know how to explain it.
Narcissistic. They don't care about anyone else.
Yeah, they don't.
Themselves, right.
It's just them and whatever they are in their minds that they are being either told or what they believe. That is the one and only thing. And if what their religion is, or if there is whatever their belief is, then they're going to continue. They're not going to look at, wait a minute, is that right or wrong? There is no right or wrong with these folks.
Yeah. Do you miss police work?
I miss my guys. I miss my team. I miss the folks that I, work with. And actually, I miss the citizens. The citizens were wonderful with us. They were so pro-police. And I love the citizens. I don't miss the politics. And a lot of the administration. And
All right. We're about done. We're about ready to wrap up. Let's see. Do we have another video after that one? No, we don't. We don't. We kind of do, because I'm going to give a little highlight out to show what's up next on my channel. There's Carl. There's Juror 15. We're not going to talk about Juror 15. We're going to talk about Juror number 8.
About the life insurance. Okay, Carl, thank you so much. You're welcome.
And your decision today.
This is Tosh Reed. And Tosh came to trial a couple of times. For the second trial, she was juror number 8 in the first trial. And she was one of the most reasonable, intelligent interviews. So let's watch this with the understanding that she is supposed to be coming on in exactly 3 hours to do an interview on this channel. We're going to watch this little blurb like right after the guilty verdict in the first trial.
One of the biggest factors was probably when we were sitting there, whenever they would ask a question about the Mormon stuff and all that, she would just kind of look at us and smile and smirk. So it kind of gave it away for a lot of it. Just kind of didn't really care.
What were those conversations like in the jury room? I mean, going back and forth when everyone was deliberating. Can you kind of put us inside that room?
Let's see. It was kind of, so a lot of us already knew. A couple of us just needed the extra, we needed to re-look back through the evidence, the text messages and all that. So it was a little bit of back and forth, but all of us were pretty sure we already knew what we wanted.
Was there one piece of evidence that really convinced you she was guilty?
Probably when she said that he was Ned before they got rid of him. That was probably the part where we were like, okay, now it's real.
Did you ever wonder why Tylee wasn't testifying as a witness?
Yes. We didn't really have much to say about it though, because we didn't really know anything why she didn't, stuff like that.
And do you understand now that every other witness that was there that day is now dead?
Yes.
When did you learn that?
At the end, when we first were walking out. Everyone was talking about it, and we got told to look up her previous stuff so that we were aware.
And in that jury room, this woman's been convicted of 3 homicides. You guys didn't know that.
We did not.
None of you guys knew that.
Correct, yeah.
No.
Yep.
And then hearing all the missing pieces in the trial, people who didn't testify, there were a lot of holes when you went into the jury room. That were not explained to you. That must have made it more difficult.
It did, which is why we went back through everything just to make sure we didn't miss anything, to make sure that we were 100% on what we were choosing to do.
Was there anything that made you think she might not be guilty?
No.
When you went back to the deliberation room, were there any jurors that were uncertain and some that were certain? Where did you start? What was the foundation for deliberations?
I think probably 10 out of 12 of us were certain. The other 2, we helped them go back to what they needed to learn to kind of make up their mind. And then, we just kind of went from there.
Did you guys look at any additional evidence once you were back there? Because I know that not all of the evidence was presented in court, and they said there was additional. Lori asked you to watch the entire interview, for example,
Yes.
and Trina K invited you to do the same. Did you guys do any
We
of that?
did. That was actually one of the first things we did, because what we saw was only clippets. And going back through it, it was actually kind of the whole interview that was like that. She asked us to watch the whole thing, but the whole thing was pretty much those clippets, other than her laughing, smiling about, she was kind of just at peace. Like, she was just sitting there, her legs were crossed. She was sitting all the way up on the seat with no shoes on, just her legs were crossed like she was in her own home.
Lori made a big deal out of being called nonchalant or calm throughout the entire trial. I didn't think it was really fair. Was that something that affected you guys, her calmness or nonchalantness?
Yes. Being that calm when everything happened, it's not something that you would normally be calm about. You'd expect to be sad, asking how your brother's doing, since he was the one that got injured during it too. She didn't do any of that. She already knew it happened, and she just went with it like that.
Did you want her to testify?
I guess I don't know. Yes, seeing Charles's sister's reaction when they did say she pled guilty was really relieving. It made all of us feel really good that they got justice.
Can you get your first and last name?
Natasha Smith.
Natasha Smith.
Also known as Tosh Reed Tucker, though.
Tosh Reed Tucker?
Yes.
Can you spell that?
TASS, and then my last name is Reed Tucker, REED-Tucker.
Do you plan to go watch a bunch of stuff about this case now, or?
Yes, I believe we're told that there's a Netflix documentary, and you can basically just Google it. Everything will pop up. So that's probably what I'm going to do when I get home.
You're gonna die.
Yeah,
And you really didn't know anything about this case coming on as a jury?
No, and I told my grandma that I got requested for jury, and she asked if I know anything about it. I told her the name, and her jaw dropped. Like I was supposed to know who she was. Like she thought it was insane that I didn't know what was happening. But I just moved here 2 years ago as of March, so I didn't really know anything to begin with. But my grandma did, and she thought I was just crazy for not knowing.
Where'd you live previously?
Minnesota.
And so your grandmother was able to keep a tight lip on
She
things?
did, yes, she did.
Fun discussion with
Yeah, and I actually see her tonight too because my mom just flew in from Minnesota, so I'm gonna go see them after this, and we're probably gonna watch everything.
Got a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That was probably my favorite interview immediately after the fact.
Oh yeah, without a doubt. She was so real. She
Oh.
was like because the jury's made up of so many different walks of life, but she feels like us, right? Down to earth, sensible, can see, and just out there living life. And she's very approachable.
She is. And you know what? She came and she sat with us. So to get into court the last few days, we thought we had to come down there early, like super early, like sun up early. And we did. And she came down there too, like the last couple of days of court for this trial, for Brandon's trial. So she's real. She's genuine. She's the real thing. She's the real deal. And we're going to talk in about 3 hours at 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Pacific.
Yes.
She's supposed to come on here. Yeah.
Congratulations on that. We'll definitely be tuning in for that for sure.
All right. Awesome. Salty, thank you for jumping up here with me. I'm going to hit some starred comments real quick. Sentencing, there will be victim impact statements. Absolutely, there will be. Paralegal and investigator. Her paralegal showed up for 1 or 2 days of court this week, but was scarce to be found, so I don't know. And her investigator has not been seen for weeks and weeks and weeks. I don't know about him. B Michigan, thank you for joining. I appreciate that. That would be a really, really good interview. That would be a really good interview. Debbie, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super sticker. Super sticker. Am I at 3K? Are you serious? Did I hit 3K? I gotta Google it.
Congratulations. You're going to Google it?
I gotta Google it.
Does
Or
Google
YouTube.
tell you? I've never thought oh, cool.
No, I YouTubed it. I had to YouTube it.
I was going to say YouTube it.
Yep, YouTube Studio. Holy crap. That is 3010. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. Hawkeyes. Thank you, Hawkeyes. Another Big Ten fan. Iowa Hawkeyes. I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that Raque Acevedo? I don't know if you pronounce that like a Latino, like Raque Acevedo. Yeah, it's Mexican, so it's Raque Acevedo. Thank you, Raque. I appreciate that very much. That's very generous. Thank you. This is a horrible case. This absolutely is a horrible, horrible case. And the justice system has seen to finding justice for Lori. And Judge Beresky is an integral part of that. So I appreciate him, and I appreciate all of you being a part of that. Debbie, thank you for the super sticker, super chat. Kansas Mom's Murders, religious cult led by Tiffany Adams and 4 others to unalive. Ooh. We may have to take a look into that. Thank you, Hawkeyes. Tiffany Adams. Hold on. I got to take notes. I can't just move on, because if I move on without taking notes, I will lose them. Boop, boop. Tiffany Adams.
So that's the Kansas City Moms case. Yeah. That's a crazy, insane case. What all they did.
We don't need more crazy moms. We need normal moms. Can we get some normal moms in here?
Yeah, the mother that Tiffany Adams is, yeah. She had her and Lori's motives were very different.
All right.
And she was a grandmother. She wasn't the bio mom. She harmed the bio mom.
Right. And Lori wasn't the bio mom of JJ either.
No, but she was the adopted mom. I'm just saying the cases are different in that aspect. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
It was a custody thing over there with Tiffany. Yeah. But she's and they believed in they didn't have the laws we have, and they were preppers, and they had their own little thing going over there, but not to the extent that Lori and Chad were doing. It was different, but kind of same types of things. You know what I mean? There's a lot to unpack with that case as well. My goodness, talk about crazy. But yeah, there's a lot of crazy things that people are willing to do to other people out there, to get what they want. In Tiffany's case, she wanted those grandchildren. Yeah. She did not want anybody else to have those grandchildren except for her, period. Even if it meant harming their mother.
Stop doing crazy things to people. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, and the 2 women that passed away in that case, man, they didn't deserve it. One just wanted her kids, and one was a preacher's wife with her own family. She was there as a liaison, and it was horrible and tragic, and they did not deserve what happened to them. And what happened to them was brutal. It was brutal. Yeah. I've unpacked that a couple times on the channel, so I do know about that case, but it is we talked about this when I mentioned Diana Downs, and she in the 1980s she attempted to unalive all 3 of her children. She succeeded with 1, 2 she did not, and her level of narcissism blows me away. It surpasses Lori Vallow, because there's a lot more out there with Diane talking. Right, we don't have a lot of Lori tripping herself up with her own words, except for what I mean, because she didn't talk for so many years. But Diane was way different. It's give me the camera, put me out there, and boy, wow, lady, that was a lot. And it's amazing that they get to that level. They're so narcissistic that they can harm their own children and then pretend that didn't even happen. It happened this way, or somebody else did it. You're crazy. And continue that for the rest of their lives and never finally owning it. That's what's insane.
Will there ever be an end to it? I don't think so.
No, there'll be other cases. Tragically, there will be, and it's always the kids' cases that really get me, and I don't, but unfortunately, after watching true crime for 40 years, no, it's not going to change.
Right. Okay, we're going to wrap this up. We have a live with Tosh, at 6 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Pacific. And I so look forward to that. And I hope that I can ask her some questions that she hasn't been asked yet, because she's been on other interviews. Lauren got her interviewed first, and she was on Fox 10 and other channels, but hopefully we can ask her some questions that will make her think a little bit. So come and join us for that. Thank you, Salted, for jumping up here with me on this.
Oh, you're welcome. Good. Thank you, chat. You guys have been great as always. We appreciate you guys.
Thank you, chat and mods. Thank you for the super chats and the super stickers. I appreciate that very much. And we will catch you in a couple of hours. 2 hours and 49 minutes. 39. 2 hours and 39 minutes. See you then.
See you.
Good morning. Good morning. Hope you got your cup of joe and filled up your morning with good things to know. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for saying hi. Together we make a difference. Be sure to come back by. Good morning, good morning. Thanks for saying hi. Together we make a difference. Be sure to come back by. Good morning. Hope you got your cup of joe and filled up your